Thanks very much for joining us. Another day, another show. I titled it. That's kind of what it feels like. Let me hand it off to D here. Go for it, D.
What's going on, everybody? Brains. The show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out.
Get
Back
the
to the
fuck
show.
out.
That's it. Like D said, shows for adult. It should be obvious by now, but we always have to remind everybody because to this day, every once in a while, the trolls show up. It's always surprising to me. What's the fucking point? It's a dead show, honestly. Why would you spend your time trolling a dead show? But that says a lot about the trolls, honestly. Anyway, welcome, folks. Dr. Dank 420 is first in the chat. Let me switch to live chat like you folks all should. That's it. So, really no announcements, honestly. Well, I guess the announcement is that I'm not feeling it, honestly, right now with my whole reading program and this show and blah blah blah. So I basically pulled down most of my website. So we're not going to be advertising my website for now. For the moment, I have my merch on there, but there's not really a point in that. I might just pull the whole website down here soon. I don't know. It's just been a long time, man. I don't know. I'm so fucking tired of this shit. I have to be honest. I'm so tired of the way that this show has gone. I'm so tired of the fact that I just languish in obscurity endlessly, with seemingly no way to get back out of it. Anyway, we'll see what the future holds. Hopefully, in the next few days, I can actually sign for a house and maybe finally move over there. But that's going to be months before I can set up the new garden and everything else. So it's like that's kind of the reality that I'm dealing with. I'm just like, motherfucker, this has just taken so long. The Jack the Ripper run was supposed to be ready last year. It's ready now, a year later. And I'm just like, fuck, I don't know. I just don't even know. But whatever, it is what it is. We can enjoy the show for now. Folks, I'm not going to beg you. I'm not going to plead you. I'm not going to even ask you. If you want to hop in the show, you are welcome to hop in the show, but you have to ask nicely. I'm not going to ask again. I just don't give a fuck. So if you want to come on and join the conversation, you are welcome to. But that's the end of that. Go for it, D.
What's going on, everybody? Thanks for tuning in. Uh, Good job, Dr. Dank 420. First in the chat twice in a row. Once for my live show I just did, the pre-show, and once now, just now. Good job. You can also find me doing my pre-show, the Troubadour pre-show on my channel, dzombie underscore 745, where I do lives. Hope everyone has a great night. I'm smoking on rainbow runts, and I got a bit of hash. Yeah, go for smashed.
Um, what's up? I just uploaded a 4K video to YouTube, so go check that out.
Nice.
It's a walk around Old Orchard Beach in Maine. Uh, got what do I got coming up? October 5th, we get the bonfire up in Maine. That's going to be an interesting time. And then a cannabis event that now isn't a cannabis event, it's just a concert, is happening on the 12th of October. I'm going to. I guess they got busted. Someone was selling like ketamine or some other shit
Oh
when they
no.
weren't. Yeah, when they weren't supposed to. Obviously, they're not supposed to be. So they got hit. They almost got their license pulled. So now it's you can still buy alcohol there, but there is no cannabis. Yeah. Other than that, Four Smash 20 on everything. Come hit me up. Hang out. I was thinking of something. I can't remember what it was. I don't remember. But smoking on blueberry Kush. Really good. Really good. She probably got harvested a little early, but I'm still getting pretty stoned from her. Um, yeah, so yesterday I was in my garden and I was like moving stuff around. And I got one really tall plant and I was trying to retie her to her bamboo. and somehow she fucking. Maybe when I let it go from the bamboo, it like ended up in the CMH light, and all of a sudden I look up and I see smoke, and I'm like, what the fuck? And the plants in the light. I'm like, oh no. So yeah. Hopefully I took all the little burnt parts off. Hopefully she turns around.
Hello. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was
I
pissed.
did that last run, or the run right before that. I don't remember right now, with one of my, I think it was a Pacifica Days that grew right up into the light. And I think I guess I was out of town. I think that's what it was. When I came back, I'd been out of town and the fucker had just grown like right up into the light. Not a great situation because you could actually start a fire like that. So I had to fix that. Toot sweet.
Yeah, that greed leaf doesn't stay green very fast under that light or touching it.
Oh, it's hot there, yeah.
Like the smoke was instant.
Wow.
I got some these are some of my favorite edibles. This company. Duck Diamonds. These are, these are their nerd ropes. These are 400 milligrams. Each piece, there's 32 pieces, and each piece is 12.5 milligrams. But they told me that they're more like 20 milligrams each. And they are. Like when you eat it, it doesn't taste like candy at all.
No, I'm not a edible guy, but oh yeah.
Okay.
But I do like the ropes. I do like the taste of them. Oh, okay then.
Yeah, I like the nerd ropes too. Normally, these ones don't even taste like candy at all, though.
Yeah, I like the distillate taste with the nerds. So good.
Also got a cartridge and fucking by the end of it, the oil was literally coming out of the top like I'm trying to hit it, and there's clumps of oil coming out of it.
Ew. That's fun.
Good on, bud.
Howdy, howdy.
What's up, bud? How you been?
Oh, fun.
Excellent. Yeah. How's everyone else? Good. I heard you.
All
Yeah.
right.
Chilling. I think I saw a pollen sack on the plant I'm reversing.
Uh-oh. Hey, Patricia Walker. Hi, chat.
I might end up buying.
What's pulling sacks?
I might end up buying more Fluido Silver STS. I'm hoping she reverses. I sprayed it.
Well, remember what Romulan said. It can be a really frustrating process. Sometimes you get it right away. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Romulan wasn't the only person to say that he tries to multiple plants at a time. Am I muted?
Nope.
He basically tries to. It was a good idea. If you have one pollen donor, that pollen donor might reverse. It might not reverse. But if you have, let's say, 5 or 10 plants, well, shit, those are probably going to reverse. And if 10 plants don't reverse, well, you actually know that plant's not going to fucking reverse no matter what you do. But basically, you maximize your chances of getting pollen. So it was a really simple but good idea. So many people, I think, forget the fact that you can literally clone the same male, the same female if you're going to do pollen reversal, and just literally have multiple males in the area instead of one,
What was I thinking about? Fuck, I heard it. Oh, is that a testament to the genetics that it's not reversing even though you're spraying it with STS?
Not necessarily. I mean, I guess it's a testament to the fact that it's difficult to reverse, but that's a very unusual circumstance. So I don't think it says all that much useful to you. I mean, it could, right? It could have a little bit of It might mean that it's a very stable genetic. It might, that's really a correlation. But you'd have to test a little bit more, and it could be evidence that it has a really like a reluctance to basically a shift. But again, you're using completely different process, because if the plant were to stress herm or something, you wouldn't be using colloidal silver or STS or anything else. So yeah, long story short, I don't think it's a good data point.
Look at Gigabillion.
Oh,
Ugh. Yeah, it's getting for sure.
It's one of those things you write down or take a note of if you have a really good memory. It's better to take notes because you forget stuff all the time. Even if you do have a good memory, ask me how I know. Uh, and you keep track of it over time, And so, for example, if you ever run that same female again, if you ever run one of her progeny, if you ever run one of her crosses, you'll have some data point in there. You'll be like, all right, she's very reluctant to reverse. I have to start her earlier, or have to start her later, or whatever the case may be.
I missed. Yeah, I didn't get to go to free seed day, which sucks.
It happens. Like I
I was
said,
so
you probably have plenty of seeds. It'd be nice to meet some of those folks, I'm sure, but you know, it's not the
if I
fun.
didn't have to go back to Cambridge after I already got home, I would have went. But
Hmm.
me forgetting all my shit out there kind of fucked me up.
Well, that'll do it. And I
yeah.
feel, people in the chat were like, "Oh shit, just go back tomorrow." But it's like, dude, you probably just met that guy. I don't know the circumstances, right? But like, chances are you just met the guy. I'm sure he's good for it. He's probably not going to rip you off. But come on, you don't want to fuck around, So
That's kind of what it was like. Like I know him, but I don't know him. Know him. If it was my
okay.
best friend,
Dude's probably fine, obviously, but like, you can't take your chance with your fucking rig. And what'd you say? You had $100 in hash and shit. Like,
well,
that's
I had a
that's
half ounce
definitely
of
taking
oil.
that new friendship to a next level.
Yeah, I had my dab rig, a half ounce of oil in my bag.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have let
Yeah,
you. What a pain in the ass. What are you gonna
that's a lot of stuff.
do?
Sorry. Um, I was gonna. I'm stoned as fuck already. I woke up like stoned. I've been dabbing on my pen all day,
Oh, I
and
need to
that
get. I think I talked about the clone. I have to get it again because unfortunately I didn't get copies when I was down in LA of a bunch of stuff I had, but thankfully a number of things I can get again. That TK that I got was really yummy. I think I was talking about it before. I was like, oh, I'd smoke maybe like a bowl of it or so. No, maybe like a tiny little spliff of it or something, because I don't think I've been smoking my bowl very much. But I was like, oh shit, I can't wait to smoke more of it. Da da da. And sure enough, there's not a whole lot of it, unfortunately. I wish it would have been a bigger plant, but man, what yummy kind of a unique fuel, actually, very unusual. I've been sort of a little bit unimpressed with a lot of the OGs that have passed through my stable, but this one was quite beautiful. The growth pattern is kind of terrible, so I really want to get another shot at it, because I hope maybe that it was just so neglected, because it was neglected when I was gone, that it could grow better. But I mean, it's definitely a typical OG. It definitely was super lanky,
ooh,
lots of little golf balls and stuff. What's that? What's that, Smash?
I was just coughing my bad, bro.
Oh, yeah, I really enjoy the smoke though. Although I guess I should be a little bit more specific, because sometimes people call TK and Triangle Kush different things. I believe this was Triangle Kush and not TK. I believe this was specifically Triangle. I'll have to double check when I go get back and get it, but yummy
So
smoke.
I don't. I tried some actual Khalifa Kush the other day, like officially his brand, cut, whatever, and it was just like an OG. I like my blueberry Kush better than I do just regular
Oh,
OG.
I can't take that shit seriously. After I saw a couple of years ago now, probably, I saw Mean Gene from Mendocino making fun of Khalifa, Wiz Khalifa, because Wiz Khalifa had posted like a TikTok that morning or some shit, and Mean Gene just reposted it. I was like, what the fuck is this? And it was literally Wiz Khalifa, who, by the way, apparently has a weed company, right? So he has access to all the fucking weed you could ever hope to smoke. He took some buds, stems and all, and threw them in the grinder. And Mean Gene was like, Wiz Khalifa smokes stems? And oh my fucking God, he didn't have to say anything more than that. I fucking laughed my balls off. I was just like, seriously, he smokes fucking stems? But whatever.
I
Yeah.
mean,
I
I
can't
hate
take I
I
can't
hate
take
to
some of
say
those fucking
this.
celebrity weed smokers seriously, man. Those guys are not serious weed smokers. They just they make weed a hobby, and then they're so rich that it becomes a business for them. I can't stand it. There's so much of that in cannabis too, though. It fucking drives me nuts. Like this is one of the things that makes me so tired about cannabis is that there's so few people I feel like I can watch on YouTube. There's so few people that I know. I know there are cool people in cannabis, but there's so few people that I know directly that sort of I don't know how that's a really fucked up way to say it. I was going to say that impressed me. Well, that makes me sound like a king. But I guess what I'm trying to say is like, yeah, there's so very few of them that have impressive. That's probably a better way to say it. So few people that have impressive skills, and so many fucking charlatans in weed. And so some of these, like the biggest names too, the biggest, smallest, doesn't really matter where you look. A lot of them are just fucking scammers on some level. And I guess we're describing America on some level because there's so many, wherever you look, there's a lot of scammers. But man, it's frustrating in weed to just look wherever you look, just a bunch of fucking charlatans.
Yep.
Wiz Khalifa,
So
Snoop taking little baby puffs and pretending to be a gigantic fucking weed stoner. I'm just like, no, man, no. Have you seen Snoop taking those little baby puffs? You know what I'm talking about. That's not a
No,
weed smoker smokes.
but like celebrities, whatever. I mean, whatever.
yeah, but
Yeah.
then there's celebrities like okay, Snoop Dogg, Wiz Khalifa. Okay, they're that's kind of their brand. But like Urkel, the drummer of System of a Down, like the most random fucking people will have on
Well,
your
those guys are probably real stoners. I don't know. Well, I know System of a Down, but I don't know that guy particularly. Um, what am I trying to say? If he's out there talking about weed, that's legit. He's one of us, you know. But like, it's these fuckers that basically seize upon the brand because it's just another business opportunity. That just absolutely breaks my soul. And
So
Well, he's not
I
in
won't smoke this stem, but I don't like when I pull it off of this. There's still a little stem in there, and I don't take that out.
Well, I take everything out.
I literally
I
just
take
pick
the
it off the
stem out.
big
not sure
and
take
grind it up.
I mean, you always get a little bit of stem in there. Come on, but yeah, like one
I
of those.
I
Well, I didn't
break
have one in front. I just broke up the bud. But if everyone, I'm not gonna break up another one just to show you. But you know, let's say you have an eighth bud, something that's about maybe about 3 grams, 2, 3 grams, something like that, right? It's about that big. You're going to have the main stem all the way through, almost to the top there where it branches out. And that main stem is going to branch out probably 3, 4, 5 times, basically. You can't smoke that shit. That's just, yeah, exactly. That's just basically bullshit, essentially, in your joint. You want to rip off all the flower. The flower is the useful stuff. Flower is the
yeah.
stuff that has cannabinoids. I wonder sometimes if smokers wonder about this. Like, you don't really want uh, 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 I guess people do debate whether you want sugar leaves. Well, in my opinion, you take the sugar leaves that have sugar on them, basically. So if they have trichome coverage, I keep the sugar leaves. But realistically, the sugar leaves don't burn as smoothly as the flower does. So too many sugar leaves in your joint, it's going to burn hotter, it's going to burn faster. You're going to have a little bit more tacos as the sugar leaves catch on fire. But basically, that's part of the reason why you don't want the stems in the joint, really, that they're going to either poke holes in the paper or burn differently, burn in many cases slower than the flower does, and not be that smooth, flavorful smoke. Not only that, the stem doesn't really, even though in many cases you guys will
Burns hotter.
snap a stem, burns hotter. You'll see me snap a stem and smell it. It doesn't have the same amount of cannabinoids that the rest of the flower does. So it burns very differently than the flower does. Anyway, I guess we don't have to get into the whole purity of freaking joint smoking thing, but
I've always
it
I don't
amuses
know.
me when I see someone smoking stems. That's for fucking sure.
I don't know how to say it.
Better than
Like
seeds.
I pick it off
Well,
the
seeds just smell. They just taste awful.
Oh,
You always know it tastes like burned, like a shitty version of bacon. You know, can you imagine bacon being bad? It's like kind of a shitty version of bacon. It's like that burned part of bacon, but not all the good parts of bacon. Ah, it's fucking gross. And
You
it
were
like
in that
sometimes it'll
circle.
snap in your joint too. Sometimes it'll blow up in your joint, and so you blow a hole out of your joint. Like, no, you don't want to smoke seeds.
You were in that circle.
What's that? What's that? What's that, Captain?
You were in that circle in
What circle?
Michigan.
What circle are you talking about?
The one with the seed incident.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It
I
happens.
don't know. Like, obviously, I'm not gonna just take this whole big ass. This was a whole big ass bud. I'm not gonna take that
Like Wiz
whole
Khalifa
thing.
was taking that whole big ass bud and just shoving it into the fucking
Yeah,
grinder.
no, fuck that. The little, like the little buds, like when you pluck it off, the little stem inside that's still kind of malleable and stuff. I just grind that.
No,
I mean, there's definitely an
pinch it off.
element of how much work are you willing to put in for your joint, you know? So I'm not gonna say that you should sit there for an hour peeling apart every single possible defect in the joint. I mean, why not if you enjoy it? But I'm not going to make fun of you if you do, because like I say, it's your experience. It's, well, I've said this before, it's your experience. You should enjoy it. You should do it however you want. If you really want to smoke stems, that's fine. I'm just going to make fun of you. But
I wouldn't think they're.
And if you try to pass me a joint with seeds, I'll make fun of you.
I mean, if you don't know that there's seeds, that's one thing. If there's one seed husk or something, come on, you know, you often, if you get a nice, if you get a nice, well-grown flower that was actually taken to completion, you sometimes get a seed in there, right? You like, because the plant might pop 1 or 2 nanners or something, so you might get a seed. So I'm not going to talk shit about flower that's really good with 1 seed in it, but if there's like, you know, 2 or 3 seeds in the
2,
joint,
3.
where, yeah, if it's just like snap, crackle, pop, and it tastes like, it's almost more nutty, actually, I guess, than bacon. It's more like a shitty.
Nah, this should taste like burnt popcorn.
Yeah,
Maybe,
exactly.
yeah, maybe. Oh, it's just all of the above. It's gross though.
Well, I mean, I'm sensitive. I grow seedless, so like even the seed husk,
Sometimes.
you can poke out the seed, not even grind up, but there's like that the covering of the seed,
So, yeah.
like, oh, it doesn't really taste as bad as a seed, but oh, you can taste that in weed. I don't. Hey, I grow seed. I mean, I've had seed made before a couple times, but even in pure seedless crops, yeah, like there's this weird random fucking one. I mean, I out of pounds, oh, somebody will like say, "Oh, I found 1 seed. Bring it back to me." Like, "Oh, I found a
Yeah.
seed."
I'll take that.
Like, and a lot of times I'll be cautious, or you know, and yeah, it isn't like, oh, there was a herm or something happened. No, nothing happened. Grew 15 pounds and somebody found 1 seed. And a lot of times they're not even really viable, but a couple times they've been viable. Yeah, I don't know how that happens, but it can happen. I guess I've always just called them stress seeds or whatever. You know, it's not
My
like there's
act-
any
Somebody
male,
might
there's
have.
no pollination issue. Those strains don't hurt me. It wasn't anything like that. It's just like a random seed in 10 pounds of weed.
Now we've had a strain now for almost 20 years. And during certain times, it will notice that there's no male in the room. And all of a sudden, we'll end up with like 10 or 15 seeds out of the whole crop. And it's like,
Well,
okay,
you might have brought
where
in
did
some
this
pollen from
one come
outdoors.
in?
Yeah, you know,
No,
but
it's the same. We pop the seeds.
I almost think like certain varieties have like
Afghani.
don't need pollen, like like just like what do you call it, immaculate like
Conception.
conception, like yeah, the cannabis plant has such a so much ingrained in it to survive that like I actually think that it can like make a seed out of no pollen.
No, that's actually a reasonable thing. There's been quite a few documented cases, even of animals basically, essentially spontaneously fertilizing themselves. Female, what, I can't remember, it was an alligator or something that basically they knew. There was a story about it a while ago. That I don't remember what the animal was. Then like a female in a zoo that was documented not to be in any circumstances with a male of that animal, and she got pregnant basically, or got whatever, gravid or whatever the fuck you call it with a lizard. It happens every once in a while with animals. There's no reason to
Yeah.
think that it couldn't happen with plants too. So,
Yeah. I
and
mean,
cannabis is a very aggressive plant. It loves to grow and spread its seed like everything else, you know. So we call it weed for a reason, you know. So uh, um, stands to reason that the plant has an adaptation actually to toss a couple seeds every once in a while, you know, and that's not necessarily a bad thing.
now, and most likely that would be like a feminized seed, like an actual feminized seed without any male pollen or pseudo male pollen to make the seed, right? Like if it was just a female plant that somehow created a seed, yeah, it wouldn't have what, the Y or X chromosome, or
Wouldn't have the
you
Y.
guys know more
X
about that
Y.
shit than me.
Yeah, it'd have the XX is female, XY is
Yeah.
male. So it would be missing the Y chromosome. Yeah.
And
how
stress like is a weird thing, but I guess the stress creates a Hermy, even if you don't really see it, if it's not like a very obvious one. Yeah. I mean, hey, I've grown 34 years indoors, and I've only created seeds 3 times. Twice a couple years ago and once in 2015. All by not on purpose, for sure. And even last night, I turned back. Now, I never grow any of my seeds. It's like a weird thing. I've told you that story before, but I made these seeds the last time seeds showed up, it's the pancakes, which was the aficionado strain, not the cookie one, pancakes with a Z, crossed into Wilson backcross. I gave all those seeds to my friend Clutch, and he sold some, and there was actually this whatever you call it, a grow thing where different people sprouted them and grew them and documented it. Like, hey, I'm not a breeder. I wasn't trying to get testing or anything done, but just what do you call it, on its own, like the group of friends and people that got them, and it was
I didn't get any.
The Wilson backcross male hit everything in my room. So there was the pancakes. I forget, like 6, 7 varieties, but the one that somehow got some momentum, and I saw pictures of it. I never really saw, like with anything. Oh, the pictures in this little group was really active at the beginning. Like, if you really look through it all, I think there's probably the most pictures are people germinating them. Then there's pictures in veg, and then there's pictures of like onset of flowers. Yeah, I never, like, somehow people dropped out, right? Maybe they weren't any good. Who knows? No, there was a lot of talk. It was good. So my friend Robbie, you know, a lot of people call him my kid, but whatever, Robbie. He lives in Ukiah, and last season he took his boss's genetics and some other ones, seeds, clones I'd sent him of the stuff I had going at the time. Like, this is last year or longer, because a strain that's big in hash washing is this one called Starburst 36, or the Starburst from this guy, but those packs have long since gone. And the cut that everyone covets is called Starburst 36. And yeah, he crossed that into everything, like a dozen things, mainly trying to find hash strains. So he gave me some seeds when he was down here for Willie Nelson of the Pancakes Wilson crossed into the Starburst 36, and Star Fruit crossed into starburst. The star fruit, they're definitely a slower growing veg from the time of seed. They're not even close. One of the the pancake Wilson, it's probably a waste of space, but I set 4 trays last night, 18 plants on each tray, 4 varieties, 1 on each tray. Yeah, I slipped in I took clones of it and I slipped in. It hasn't been topped. It's a little bit shorter, like yield per foot. Oh, that's kind of whatever. But I couldn't wait. Like the next time there'd be a room turned back would be in a month from now. Well, that thing would be gigantic by then, and shit, I want to know now. So I managed to put one of them in there last night or this morning, actually. Yeah, my partner's in Germany for a couple months. He's always taken the cuts. So, well, it's probably been a year and a half. I don't know. I've lost track of time since I shut down my spot. I took my own clones there, but well, sometimes I'd get over 90% success. I'll probably have 99% success, but I took extras like in the count we need for the next room. I was like, yeah, I just want to make sure. Yeah, because the whole operation is depending on those clones. You know what I'm saying? The timing of them, the health of them, the percentage of them. So I took like extra, and I started at 9:30 last night and didn't finish till 5 this morning because I had to clean up the plant, take the clones, and then set the room, clean the tray, the final clean, and flush out the reservoir. Like what would normally be 2 people and a couple days work. I don't even know how I did. I didn't wake up till 2:30 this afternoon, but I finished it. I took 150 clones and set the fucking room and didn't skimp on any of the weight. I gave everything the proper amount of time. A lot of it clean. I still have a mess. I left all the mess for tonight to clean up. Like leaves all over the place, and I have to make the water for the room. I left the resis empty because it was like 5:30 in the morning. I was done, but I got it done. After 2 trays, I was talking myself into, one day is not going to make a difference, which it probably wouldn't have. I was going to like set the 2 and then come back and finish it. That was around 2 o'clock. And then I was like, nah, I'm going to get this fucking done. And I did. I feel good about, I woke up groggy as fuck at like 2:30 in the afternoon. But the first thought in my mind was, oh yeah, I got all that fucking done. Like you feel good about yourself. When I was younger, I could work like that all the time. Usually with a helper. No helper. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
this is the plan.
And I could only carry 2 plants at a time. I have this cart. I put them on there. The cart only moves like 10 feet. It moves from the one door over by the other door because it doesn't fit in the room. And then I carry the plants. Normally, with a 2-person deal, we set up like one person just does this walk back and forth. The other person brings them 2 at a time, like 2 at a time. Sometimes you get, you could kind of maybe carry 3, but that's when you break branches or now just carry 2, 1 in each hand. You gotta kind of be careful moving them. So yeah, 18. like 70 some plants. Yeah, I had to make 36 or so trips
Holy shit.
back and forth, back and forth. Yeah.
Sounds like you
So-
need to get a dolly.
Yesterday, I
And
was
then,
doing work.
like, if I had a helper, we wouldn't have done it this way. But because I was working by myself, I did one variety. I started on Cheetah Piss. I took all the clones, cleaned them all up, picked out the best 18, put them on the cart, moved them over, went in, scrubbed the fucking resi, got that ready, checked all the drippers, then carried in 18 plants. Then I went to
Did you not? You did eat it?
Sherb Crasher, took all the clones from them and did that trade. One whole thing. Normally we take clones one day. It's never like, but that was very logical. Like that, what do you call it, was the most efficient way to get all that done. Yeah. Because it was like 160 clones.
So yesterday, I was working in here and I was retying this to the bamboo post, and she got caught in the HPS light, and it burnt her all up.
Yeah.
That looks like a weird Eddie that got too tall.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck is this thing. It's in the smallest pot in the garden too.
Well, all right, here's the mess. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I gotta clean after this run. I'm gonna clean out the whole place. I've gotten 4 runs of flour out of this. I still got plants in the veg tent. I'm gonna transfer over. They're not feminized seeds, which sucks. That's why I'm hoping these fem seeds that I'm making come to fruition.
So we hit a hot temperature here for about 5, 6 days. And my room got up to 83 degrees, 84 degrees. And all of a sudden, all my veg plants grew like 1 to 2 inches a day.
Yeah, well, that's what temperature you should run your room at.
Well, it's kind of hard where I have it right now.
I used to run much cooler, which is fine too. But there's a sweet spot in like 80, low 80s with some humidity. I used to run in the mid 70s with like try to have the humidity below 50%. Now what do you call it? VPN or whatever. I'm not a real stickler for it, but I figured it out. And yeah,
My
a
fucking
lot of
import
times
finally
when
shipped
I
it.
went through that, my rooms were comfortable for me to be in and work, right? Forever. Like in
Now
the
they're too
70s.
fucking hot.
Now it's not even it's too hot. It's like a jungle. You'll kind of maybe feel like you just got off the plane in Florida or some shit.
Thailand.
Yeah. And like I remember my friend saying, yeah, the set your room for your plants, not for you feel comfortable in there. It's like, yeah, that was like if I felt comfortable, I thought the plants were comfortable. But actually it's not quite like that.
I'm at
Plant-
day 73 right now,
Chop.
and everything's still kind of chugging along little by little. This is the next thing coming out of the tent. Donatello. No, Michelangelo.
Right on.
She looks good. It's gotten so heavy. I have shit. So these plants are so heavy, dude. I'm like Jimmy rigging bamboo to hold them up. This one, literally, this whole plant is pushed to one side and like all leaning on here.
That's crazy.
This one looks like it's gonna go 100 days.
That's man.
Well, it better be really good. because that's almost 2 cycles
Welcome.
Yep.
of stuff that's pretty damn good. I mean, the 60 some dayers, even there's some 50 some dayers. Yeah, there's not much better weed than that. I get the 100 dayers, and there's some it's different, but yeah, time's money.
This thing smells like pure lemons. It does. It's really going to be interesting. I'm probably going to end up turning it to hash or
That's all.
RSO.
Well, what turning something to RSO basically means like that's last ditch
That's
effort,
the
right?
yeah.
I mean, I a lot of times on the YouTube and Instagram, a lot of people are so like, I don't get fucking with what. I throw all anything like, oh, I make rosin or I make ice distillate or we used to make BHO, but yeah, like RSO.
I love
That's
RSO. I eat a lot of it. I eat a gram a day.
yeah, nah. I just smoke as much weed as I want. That's good
I
enough.
do too. I do that and I dab. Dude, I have such a high tolerance. It's incredible.
If you're
Well, I
eating
mean,
a gram of Fico a day, holy shit. I smoke a lot. I eat a half a gram to 3/4 at 8 a.m. and I don't have to smoke until like 6 p.m.
I
yeah,
don't know.
but
The edibles
how does
always.
it like? What's that feeling like? That's not like a good stony high. It's like a fucking like
Energetic high.
yeah, okay. Well, everyone's metabolism is different. Any kind of edible consumption
Oh, it hits me in
makes me feel
15 minutes.
like I'm carrying fucking lead around for like 72 hours.
Ooh, that's going to be strong.
Like even the coffee stops working.
I eat a lot of edibles. Bars.
And that's cool if you want to like feel like that and shit. For me, like my metabolism's different. And as I've gotten older, yeah,
It changed.
fuck, it's hard enough just to have fucking energy to get through a fucking day, let alone now smoking weed doesn't do that. Well, I mean, I take naps and get burnt out, but if I fucked with edibles, oh, that shit fucks me. Oh, I love the high. Yeah, when it comes on in the first 4 to 6 hours, I just don't like the next day or
I
the day
find
after.
myself,
That's why I don't drink either, because of that.
I find myself going through, like, how do I say this? I could smoke an eighth in one sitting. You know what I mean? And still be like, man.
Well, I don't
You're
know. I mean,
smoking
you
the
can
wrong
always
weed.
smoke an eighth, but like if it's good weed, you should better take 2, 3, 4 hits and be fucking
Like you get
lit.
stoned, but it's just there's a point now where there's not.
Well, I was
You're not
young at one point and just
high.
fucking did shit to do it. Yeah, I can relate. Like I'm just older now, so
That's why I dab too. I dab. I don't know.
I
It's
mean, I
all
smoke
different.
like 6 to 8, maybe some days more, but just
10
when it's
joints.
yeah, like and usually in parts and the weed's
I can
fucking
go through.
strong and I can usually after 2, 3, 4 hits, I'm putting it down. I'm fucking good.
I go through a full cartridge in one day.
Now there's some strains like for me, I don't get that's why we're like I didn't even take clones of grape gas. We're done. It's like both me and my partner, we talked about it a month or so ago. Yeah, it's like a weird growers thing where you have like emotional ties. It's good weed, trust me. Customers fucking are gonna be bummed there's no more grape gas. But yeah, we're over it.
I-95.
But we've been over it, right? And this last batch, well, no, it's still in the next cycle, but the like holy shit, it came out killer. And yielded a lot. But
I don't know.
yeah, like
You guys look at like a 1 gram joint and you're like, that's enough? Because I never
well,
do.
yeah, I mean,
One
but
gram
then
joint.
You're not smoking the right weed.
Well, that could, I don't know. He smokes good weed.
I
It's
smoke
hard not
everything.
to,
I smoke everything. Everything. I
but
go to the dispensary. People give me weed. I grow weed.
What's more?
yeah, I mean, I was like, I used to live by a motto: too much of everything is just enough.
No.
It's a lyric from a Dead song, and yeah, there's a bunch of
Yeah,
other lyrics that in that song
Brent took
that
Brent took it seriously.
so yeah, I, you'll get older too.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna be. I don't know. I feel like at least a gram
Actually,
and a half, 2 gram joints. What I normally roll.
Well, yeah, I don't weigh fucking what I roll in a joint. I use
Under that.
84 mil papers, which is a big upgrade from the 30 years I used 1 1/4. Like even when I had a few packs of 1 1/4 and I started with the 88, 84s, it's the weirdest thing. Like you can't quantify it. It doesn't really take that much more weed to make the 84 millimeter, whatever, papers. Except that the joint lasts considerably longer. Like when I would roll up 1 1/4, it was like it was. They were like those things. What's the nickname? Uh,
dog walker.
no, these mini joints that are
Dog
popular,
walkers.
or
Enough time to
jiggers, or
smoke it.
no, there's like another name they call them on the street,
Jitters.
jitters or something. These little things,
I had one of those
right?
the other day. They're infused, right?
This ones are, yeah. These are from Shabinsky's brand or whatever.
I
They,
actually had those Sherbinskis. That's funny.
yeah, well, that's. I mean, my partner surfs every day, and yeah, that's where he's like has met people over the years surfing, and they're surfing.
Of course.
In
It's
the
like a
last
free
few
party.
years, he tells me every guy he meets is like as he hits them up, they're like, "Oh, dude, they're distributors or no sales reps." So I guess you can be a sales rep for any of these brands, and off you go. And the next thing you know, they're turning him on to all these samples. Like the next day he sees them, oh, bag of goodies with boxes of these little joints and carts and all like, oh, one time there was an eighth of weed, but like, yeah, I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I know that that's to me like certain products in cannabis is like the trash to cash deal, right? Like pre rolls is maybe half the market starting to realize if you sell something decent, but for so long, edibles, cartridges, like that's where all the garbage goes. Like if you
And
grow
that's what
really
people
good
buy.
flower, that's not what people put in that shit. And some brands actually rep that it's like, oh no, we use the the best stuff. Like save me that bullshit because I don't know how many pre rolls I've been disappointed in my life. And even these little jigger things, yeah, there's a half a gram of diamonds in it, or I don't know. There's all this stuff in it, which okay, it got me high and it didn't taste. The first half of it didn't taste bad. And the second, it's 0.5 and 0.5, right? Live diamonds and indoor flower. But you can buy this jar with 5 of them in it for wholesale $8, right? So 2.5 grams of live diamonds, 2.5 grams of weed, a glass thing, marketing, metric, the whole thing, and they're wholesaling at 8, and implied that if you got more, it could even go down. Well,
And they're not using flour.
That's weed,
They're
but it's
probably-
like
they're
whatever.
probably
It's like what I throw, like
They're shaking their flour.
shake. Yeah, whatever. Like a lot of times I end up with these little bags, like this was a pound, and then that's the shake that's left. And then I have certain friends
Cool.
that like go, oh sure, I'll take it, I'll roll it up. If I was in a pinch, oh, that should be fine. Even like what's on my tray, like my
I've
pile of stems and leaf. Like
I've seen companies
if you rolled it,
take their flour, they put it in a sifter, they sift it for the keef, then they take that flour that they sifted, they put it inside the pre-roll, and then they roll it with, they have like liquid diamonds or whatever, they roll it in that and then roll it back in the keef, and they call it infused. And I'm like, okay,
yeah,
so you just pretty
yeah.
much took the keef out and then put it back in. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And they spray it too, which I don't know, like to me. But my one friend that has a business of that, right? Well, no, he's just a fucking hustler. Over the last few years, that's like the most popular thing. That's what people like want to buy. They want to buy these little, whatever you call them, jiggers or whatever, because
Or convenient.
yeah, they're convenient. And if it's just you, yeah, you don't need a half a gram with some diamonds in there or keef.
So
You
I got
smoke
the-
it and that's it. You're done. You leave it behind. You can smoke it down to a bone, like down to the filter or whatever, the crutch. And
I don't even do that anymore.
And like, oh, he's a poker player for a living, but he also slings dope to all the poker players. Yeah, in the last year or so, 2 years, yeah, he started just making those because that's what they want.
Nice.
Like that's what people, and data inside Metric shows a huge spike in that market. Not just pre-rolls. I mean, there's we're talking about these half gram. And you know who's winning in that? Raw, or the companies that make those like pre-cone things, because that's what they use.
So I got my samples in for my t-shirts, the press, the heat transfer, and they look really good.
Yeah, that's cool.
One of them is for D, and then I have two. I'm gonna make 2 hoodies.
That's awesome. I can't wait to get my own Smash.
But hopefully, I really do like the way they printed it. I'm probably gonna go back to this company. I even bought one of the things that you press t-shirts, press graphics onto t-shirts with.
Heat press.
Yeah, are you talking about
Thermal.
iron-ons though?
Thermal press.
Yeah.
The same thing.
I mean, I've had some shirts that I've liked. I really like the design, but
they're too
I
hot.
wish they had printed it. Like, oh, that's cool for a one-off or doing something small, affordable, but nothing's better than like a good, whatever they call it, 4 colors silk
Well,
screen.
nowadays the transfers have gotten really good, really good.
Yeah, but they don't wash good, or
I've actually
they at least the ones I've had, the iron-on ones especially, they don't breathe.
Crack.
Yeah,
And they crack.
these are interesting because
They
kind
look
of
good. They look good that first few times. And I guess if you didn't put it in the dryer and you tried to preserve it.
Yeah, I never dry my stuff like that. Like my humidor, my hoodie. I don't put that in the dryer or my creamy shirts. Nothing like that. Anything I don't want to get wrecked. Even my dead shirt. I hang my dead shirt up.
Yeah.
I wore those type of shirts in Thailand for like one time, and I sent them all back to the States because it was
For
just
like 10
way too
years
hot.
when I lived on tour, t-shirts were like paper towels. And
They were
so like
$5-10.
you had like whatever your little luggage was, which wasn't much, right? If I could have back all the t-shirts that I like left in the hotel with the dirty towels, because that's what I would do. You would get a shirt, you'd wear it for a day or two, and then when you were done with that shirt, you wouldn't keep it and put it in your luggage and all that, or your backpack. No, you just
I
leave it
did.
behind and get another shirt, because like especially in the business we were in, oh, we had shirts and shirts and shirts and shirts. And yeah, I used to just wear shirts and leave them behind. Like
Well,
thousands of them. Like over the years, 1,000 shirts that were totally cool. Tie dyed, all the best
Ben.
shit from the best Ed Donahue shirts, the official Dead shirts, whatever it was. My habit was I'd wear it like for a day or so and then take a shower and never just leave it. Like it was just a shirt. Like if I kept all these shirts and then I after a month on tour, oh yeah, you'd have like a fucking big old bag of dirty shit with you. Nah, you just got another shirt. It was like a dime a dozen. They were like paper towels. You just threw them away.
Lot shirts were $5 and $10.
Or not or free. Yeah, it wasn't like I bought shirts or anything. Like that wasn't like
You
people
sell the guy a bag of weed and he gives you a shirt.
Yeah, whatever was happening. Yeah, and yeah, there was. I wish I had a lot of those back, because you can go on eBay and they call it vintage stuff. Oh, I recognize so many things that those are the ones that are worth all this money, right?
Bud, I'm selling my tie-dyes that I made in 2004, 2005 out of a store. And they literally put a sign up, vintage tie-dyes.
Yeah.
Vintage is a whole, yeah. People go thrifting and stuff.
Well, back in the Dead tour, like there were a couple guys that were on it, like Ed Donahue was a big brand, and he'd sell thousands of shirts. But I can remember wearing a fresh tie-dye from the lot and then taking it off, and I like the dye had stained you, right? Because they didn't. I'm not into it that much, but they didn't wash them. And there's some different kind of ink, and there's things they can use to keep that from happening. But in like the early 80s,
ash people.
Yeah, most people, not most, some people just, didn't do it that way. And their shirts were killer, and then you would have like, it wouldn't be like take a shower and it comes off. No, it's like ink that got into your fucking skin. You'd be like purple and red blotches of shit all over you.
That's why if you go to Dharma's catalog today and you read their section on tie-dye, me and my friend wrote basically their whole tie-dye section. And we talk about soda ash. And soda ash actually adheres the ink to the fabric better. So we don't get that bleed through. But I mean, that soda ash will burn the shit out of your hands. But hey, I think I'm going back into selling wrinkles as creases again because prices are up.
I know a lot of people have started merch companies or t-shirt companies, streetwear brands.
I do this for fun. And I actually took them into the shop the other day because they bought like $600 worth. and I explained the difference in the patterns and the colors based upon what music we were listening to. Steve Sweeney and Acoustic Kuka were like bright colors, and 2004, 2005, Warren Haynes was a little bit dark and deep. So all those came out like dark colors, like colors we normally didn't do. So I can tell our tie-dyes depending on the music that we played. I've got a killer blue and black and silver one upstairs that I actually took out of the pile, and I said, "You're not getting this one."
Drop a
It's
can.
all full of fractals.
I see some people do some crazy tie dyes. The knot work is insane.
Yeah,
Maybe
there's,
maybe I'll
I don't know
trade
the name
Bud
of the
one.
style, but there's this few guys that really can do like holy shit. That looks like they painted it on there almost like detailed. But
Oh yeah,
I've seen an Instagram where he shows like you're talking about like 1,000 knots to create some of those.
I've used a couple hundred rubber bands on a few.
Yeah, and bands
and I kept them.
But a couple, the one guy, he's Robbie's friend. His shirts aren't cheap. Like they're one off. Like he can make all kinds of different characters and designs of shit on there. Yeah, I think like 75 and up for one of his shirts, but he puts a lot of time in them. They're like pieces of art.
Does he sew them?
He does that. I don't know what it's called, but that kind of tie dye where when you first look at it, you think it's been. It looks so detailed that you'd question if it was dye or banded. But oh no, they use string, and I guess so.
Yeah.
Like there's a bunch of technique in it. And layers and know what colors to do what, and then this color, and then that color. And
they scrunch it all up and they have to know exactly where to put it so when you stretch it back out, it looks like something.
I was always thinking, yeah, to pull off like one of those, how many times did you fuck up? Like how many shirts did it take you to figure it all out? Because you only get that one shot, and then you undo it, and it either is it or not. And
well, like a spiral's really easy. You either paint the inside of the crease or you paint the outside of the crease. If you want two colors, you mix them. You do one on the inside of the crease and you do another color on the outside.
Isn't it called batik or something? There's like this other form of tie dyeing that's called batik, which isn't as much around today, but that's killer.
I heard the man that asked the person to talk to about that it was St. Bernard.
Oh shit, that guy's one of the best. He's a real artist with it. I follow him
on my tie dye. It's been like 2.5, 3 years.
I don't think he does a lot.
No, but the ones he does are like
a killer.
Yeah, to say the least.
Oh, guys.
So St. Bernard's. Okay.
Good.
Well, it's, some people are going to put in the time and are like really into the art of it. Other people are just pumping out tie-dye. It's, nothing against either of them, but.
Hey, I can pump them out, but mine look totally different than everybody else's because of the fractal work.
So
not too many people know how to do fractals.
Was that Smash?
Hold it still, Smash. It was kind of blurry.
I think it's because of my face. Hold on.
No comment.
Because of it's a robot. It's just my sticker. They actually came out. These ones came out really good. I'm happy.
Right on.
These are the ones I put on poles and stuff when I'm in Boston. I don't know. If you go to Boston, you'll see like full light poles full of stickers and
Okay.
stuff.
What's the end goal of it? Is that to like you? All right, that's you, your brand. So then, is it
I
trying
don't
to
know. It's
get
me.
awareness? I mean, most of the
Good
time people
QR.
do stuff like that because they're trying to ultimately gain
Create a brand.
customers.
Not really.
Well, I mean, isn't that really?
The
I
reason
just,
for 'em.
yeah. I mean, not everybody, obviously, but
Yeah, I mean, I do the. It says YouTube and Instagram on it, so it's obviously driving people to my stuff.
Do you have a
all right.
QR code?
No, I didn't put them on this one,
Yeah, you need
but
a
I do have
QR
QR
code
code.
today.
I have a QR
That
code that will bring you to all of my. Like, it will link you to everything. I got to reset up my merch stuff because I'm doing it in house now. But
See,
what you
yeah,
need
I
is a
guess it
QR
comes from.
code that subscribes you to everything you have.
I'm too like I try to be stealth. So like even when I had a
Yeah.
brand, that was the most uncomfortable years of my life when I was running those booths and had this thing going on. I hated that. Oh my God.
I just never told people they were my strains
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
because I didn't want people to know.
how are you not going to know when I have one of these? You know what I mean?
Well, you've got 200 Afghani seeds, 400 NL5s, and some wheelchair seeds. Yeah, you're not selling them. You're not making them.
But, so yeah, this is a pack of the papaya rum cake. I'm using the little fuck up stickers for the back of them, and rethinking that, I'm gonna use them as a sealer to the top. So I'm gonna fold it over the top so it seals it.
Right on.
I gave away, I don't know, probably 10 packs of seeds for the Freedom Rally.
Is North Star going to be on tomorrow for the yeah?
That's a few more
Maybe
questions.
I'll actually text him and see if he'll be on for the safety meeting. I've got some questions I want to ask some breeders.
Oh, damn it, I hope this feminized shit works. I want these feminized seeds. If
Here,
it
we've
doesn't
got
work
all
out,
these.
I'm gonna end up doing it inside in a little environment. I'm gonna set up like a little breeding chamber and try to do it because I'm
You know,
dedicated.
I don't only because I just continue what we do here. This is we buy these syringes and then we you suck up the Clonex and then you stick the you put like a little in each cube, like in the hole. You just go and put like doink, and you also dip it, but yeah, it works.
That's why I like those round plugs so much with the slits down the side. You take
These
it
is
from the cup, you put it in the Clonex, you open up the Rockwool slit plug, and you put it right in.
this is the we got the mule fuel clones finally,
Cool.
and
I'm
then
gonna grab one of them.
we used to grow this a few
What's
years
mule fuel?
ago, and we got it back. Donnie Burger.
What's mule fuel?
I'm still waiting to taste that Donnie burger.
Wait,
Wow.
goddamn, what's mule fuel?
I looked
It's,
it
I
up.
think, like, I don't know. It's from our fucking Clone Connection guy. It's being run in some facilities, but
I looked it up.
but I think it's from Doug Pug or something. I don't
Yeah.
know
It
for
sounds
sure.
like some thing.
And I haven't actually seen it finished, but supposedly it's all
Can't
that.
think.
So
I don't know what it is.
basically most of the clones we run all come from the same friend of ours.
Lurching to you, Mo.
That's uncle. Yeah, his uncle runs a legal fucking grow, and then like the apples and all the strains that, like, for the last 4 or 5 years, maybe 5 years, everything this guy's ever given us has been like legit. And
Gee, how
yeah.
many views?
You need to hook me up with that guy.
Well, it's
I'll be
more
a-
like this friend of a friend. I don't know. It's
hope-
not like a business, or he's not. It's just it's
I'm
my
only
friend's surf buddy.
looking at 2.
He grows too, and then
What's the
a lot of
word?
times he runs it, and then if it works good for him, then he'll mention it, and then like this, he mentioned this mule fuel like 3 months ago. Finally, we got it. I'm like, just give us one. Like, if he would have given us one 3 months ago, I would have like already had it going.
Yeah.
But all right, I don't need. But whatever. He finally brought us 10 of them. So all right, we got it.
GMO
It's in
processed
hand.
slug park lurch.
Yeah.
Hopefully the bank straightens out my bank account and I actually have money in it again. I came back to the States again, and for the second time, the first time I came back, they got my credit card. The second time, this last time, they got a hold of my debit card and they zeroed me out. It's a good thing that a lot of them are for like Apple Pay for like phone bills and shit, because I don't have Apple and I was in Thailand.
So I think I'm gonna be popping. So this is the mother I use, the papaya rum cake. It's papaya to rainbow rum cake. And it's a short finisher. It's 56 to 65. And I've actually had some to finish. They all actually finished that early. They're really good strain. Then Marina Family Farm Shen's Potion. Sweet tea to Charmin's Pants. And then corner.
I'm smoking rainbow runs right now.
I'm gonna do an open pollination of Star Dog F2s.
I got another one of these. It's Cindy Cake, Wedding Cake, Dark Heart clone to Brothers Grimm, back to itself. Cindy Cake.
Fuck Dark Heart.
So we're gonna pop those. That's not. It's actually from this guy Purpose or maybe girl. I don't know. Maybe couple Purpose Genetics around here. How many people do we got watching?
46.
Should I give a pack of
Up to you.
I have to
That
turn my.
reminds me, I gotta send some packs out tomorrow.
All right, give me 2.5 seconds. I will turn my laptop on and maybe see if I can get a duck race going. I'll give away a pack of papaya rum or papaya chemo, which is the papaya rum cake, the Chem 91 Calio made by me.
I got 3 packs I gotta send out tomorrow to different people. I've got 2 doctor's appointments. And then I have to be here for 3 hours while my mom takes off. I'm gonna be a busy man in the morning. Good thing I get up at 4:30.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Bud, when I come out, it's going to probably be mid-November. By the time they get my money back in my account. They didn't touch any of my credit cards. All they got was my debit card.
That's what they want.
Yeah, they do, because there's like 20 grand in it. Now, I do have to say that I spent like 6 grand on it, like in the last 3 months in Thailand, because I was paying for a lot of doctors, and I used my couple credit cards for the other doctor's appointments and procedures. But yeah, I went through 20 grand or 50. I didn't go through 20 grand. I went through 5-6 grand in medical, but no way. So they ended up with like 14, 15 grand over 3 months. And then I've got to talk to a lawyer about my bank. Holy shit, have they screwed me?
Uh-huh. Good chat.
Oh God, that was straight bourbon. I didn't put any Pepsi in it. Holy shit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
5x5.
Ooh.
Captain's over there doing straight shots of bourbon.
Ooh. Good thing it's double barrel. Yeah, I've been having a hard time sleeping lately, and it's mainly because of pain. I'm up like every hour and a half, 2 hours for like an hour, and then I get back to sleep for an hour, hour and a half, and I'm up again. And then it gets to like 4:30 in the morning, and I'm like up. That's why I've been taking a night shift and cleaning at my friend's restaurant, because there's no one there. I can crank the fucking music up, and I'm up anyways.
Yeah.
If I get tired, I just eat some Fico.
There you
I
go.
literally do that. And I've walked into work and I've looked at the cook, and the cook grows. And he looks at me and he goes, "Man, you're high as fuck." I said, "Dude, to come in and do the work I have to do, I better be high as fuck." I actually hurt my shoulder again the other week. So besides that, Dad's back, and I'm spending more time here helping out.
All right, I'm in chat. I got everything running. I will give everyone 5 minutes. This is your 5-minute warning. At 11:40, you need to say something in chat. And I'll
Oh,
do
wow.
it. I gotta fucking clean. I've been so busy.
Oh, wow. Don't miss our next video. It's a jacuzzi of extravaganza. You get 20% off any massage at any time of the day or night at Dragon's Heart Massage in Sukhumvit, Soy 11.
Not sponsored, by the way.
Oh, I actually follow this guy. Fuck. Okay, I gotta get to ours. What's the word that just put in an anything?
Yeah, it will show up in
Okay.
the live participants.
J5.
I'm not sure, J. Patrick.
Quack, motherfucking quack.
I can do international.
Uh, there we go. Sorry about that feedback.
Hi,
Haven't
Hey,
used my
Cunningham.
computer in so long.
Sit on it, Cunningham. Hey.
There we go.
So the
Hey,
cross
I even
is
entered.
papaya rum cake was the female. The male was Chem 91 Calio F4. I've had it around since I started growing pretty much. I got it handed down to me kind of from an old school grower. This guy lived, it was cool. They pretty much own their own road in the city. Like it was a dead end. They owned these two houses on the right and these two houses on the left of the dead end. So no one ever bothered him. You know what I mean? He would open up his shed or his garage. I mean, and he'd have a little tent in there just with HPS growing.
And my question is, why didn't you use the whole garage?
I don't know. He wasn't that like he was serious, but it wasn't that because he had motorcycles and stuff. He used the garage for fixing things too.
shit, he
I
had
guess-
4 houses. Why wouldn't he just convert one of them into a full grow house?
Well, we used to do
They
outdoor,
were relatives.
but
Uh-uh.
I don't know when we did. It was me and his son really, but we would go out in the woods and plant a bunch of seeds, and we try to do outlaw grows. We did that for a number of years, and then I started to do drugs, and growing took it back. Like,
Yeah, our outlaw seeding is we go into public areas like downtown Cleveland, Public Square, and throw out seeds in their flower bed.
Nice. Hey, something.
I grew up. My dad was a member,
Hey, Robert.
and I was a member too because he bought me a membership. But it was a sportsman's club, like a gun club. You can go. They had a pond you can fish on. They had gun ranges. They had a skeet range. They had a what's the word? It was.
I miss shooting skeet.
It was a cool like you had a shotgun and you would walk through the woods and a clay would like roll on the ground and stuff. It was like action shooting.
Oh, wow.
They had a
Dick
whole
Cheney
course.
style.
Yeah,
Damn it,
it sounds like
Kane, you did it
an
again.
accident waiting to happen.
Yeah.
I can't think of the name of it. It was an actual competition they did.
Oh.
I can't think of it though. I don't know. Anyways, and they also had like the Minutemen, which on Sundays they would go out into the woods
Yep.
and cook their food on an open fire. They had like a target where they threw axes and knives and stuff. But the Sportsman's Club owned so much land that you could bring your four-wheeler there and go riding all day and not reach the end of it.
See, I can't put plants on my farm in southern Ohio because to pay the taxes on the farm and everything, we rent it out to a hunting club, and they've got like a $20 million insurance policy on that.
Say
But,
something in chat.
They they pretty much pay our taxes and we let them hunt on our property.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Lease
But
hunters.
we mark out where the oil wells are. The oil wells are all painted orange now.
There's a lot of people that actually like rent out farms in the hunting season.
I actually, next year, I've got to go down and rent a bulldozer, and because no one took care of the pastures or the fields that we grew in. So there's literally like 3-4 inch like trees growing in it now. So I got to take a bulldozer and just plow it. Okay, we got a duck race up here. No, we got someone.
Whiteboard.
Yeah.
Say something. How much that's what he's spelling?
It is. I wanted to
Is
try.
it one word or two
Have
words?
say something. Paper say something.
I've always wanted to try whiteboard. It's just like paint. Okay, let's see how many participants we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 10 so far. I'll give you 1 minute.
Hey, bud, when I come out in November, can I pick up that pack of seeds in my free seed t-shirt?
Yeah, I got that bag still somewhere. Yeah, I know where it is.
Cool. Cool.
That's
But
funny.
I'm definitely gonna make it out in November. October 31st, someplace I'll be seeing Billy Strings because I want to go see an October show.
Wait, is that in Michigan or is that in New Orleans? That's in Michigan.
That's
New Year's is in New Orleans.
Yeah, he does the Halloween show usually in like Grand Rapids, where he's
Yeah,
from.
his album listening party, his album, new one, it's all live stuff. Comes out like on the 27th, but I read on a post tomorrow's there's listening parties.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Check your local listings or something. I don't know. Yeah. Well, he's already teased out the tracks, like 3 of them.
Yeah.
There's videos. There were songs that.
What about the
one of them I thought was like a Stanley Brothers or like a cover, but it turned out it was one of his new songs. At first, I thought it was called Everlasting Lily, but it's actually called something else.
What do you think of that song with the girl?
Who?
Margot or Sierra?
Yeah,
I mean,
whatever her name is.
Margot Price. Well, too bad she's married, and I love Margot Price. I think she's the hottest. She's a raunchy old young chick. You know, Margot Price is. Over the years, there's been a lot of people involved with Farm Aid, but as far as being a board member, it was this Willie, Neil, Mellencamp, Matthews. And then last year, they added Margot Price because it turns out her grandparents were farmers that lost their farm in the 80s. And so she's super passionate about family farms and super active with trying to get shit done with the Farm Aid money. Yeah, she's cool.
We just had to go over to trust again, and I found out how much my grandfather paid for 257 acres in southern Ohio, and I was like, oh my God, you couldn't even buy 1 acre today for hardly that.
There's a really famous YouTuber called Roman Atwood. He owns a laundromat in Ohio. It's a Colonial Laundry and Tan or something like that.
I gotta figure out what. Well, I'll figure it out.
If you have the money, or you can buy a laundromat that has pretty new equipment, you can make, depending on where it's at, you can make a ton of money. Because right now, the only laundromat
I'm rooting on
that's
J5.
close to me is like 10 minutes away.
Oh, Stingman's looking good.
Stangman's duck looks like he belongs in the Village People.
J5's gonna fade. If he doesn't win, then I'm going with Salton Sea. Salton Sea.
Hey,
Come on,
I'm
Salton Sea.
Oh, D
I'm
Zombie.
calling a bullshit on this.
You saved
My name
money
ain't on there.
shipping.
Neither's mine, but D made it.
For shizzle.
Oh, Jay. Oh, here comes J5 in the last second.
Where's Newark?
Oh,
Come on,
everybody's
D-Zombie.
there. Oh,
There we go.
Jason.
Right on, Jason Line. Congrats.
Where's Newark?
I just like the action of the duck race. It's like a slot machine.
I'll give
We should
everyone another
start betting
chance.
on it.
Here, I'll even
We
add.
should start
I'll add
betting
you
on it.
manually.
And what you want to do is you want to pick out, you hope your duck is like in last place in the last 12 seconds because he's going to win.
Sometimes, yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be in the lead with like 12 seconds
No.
to go.
You
That's
don't
the
want
worst
to be in
spot.
the
Is it
lead
the-
at the beginning either.
11:47. So I'll stay on till midnight, and we'll do one more right before I get off. I've already added everyone that's on there, is staying on there. I've added Captain. I've added
Yeah,
Bud.
Bud.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, all right.
Oh. Hey, Smash, how can Jason get in touch with you?
Oh, my bad. Thanks, D. I'm actually
Find a sticker on a post in
In
Boston.
Boston.
You
Round
gotta
down
go to
Boston.
Boston and
Yeah.
find a sticker.
Force Smash 20 on Instagram. You can email me if you need my email. Let me know in chat. I'm looking at chat right now.
Man, I still have like 1,000 stickers left over from my brownies.
I like having stickers. I don't know. I've always been that kid that, like, if I have something, like my laptop's like tops filled with stickers and everything.
I went to Thailand with all these stickers like Masonic and Night Owl and everything like that. And I started handing them out to people, and people started handing me money back. I'm like, no, these are free. And they're like, no, we need to pay you. And it's like, no, these are free. Come on, buy one of the packs.
I'm really hoping this fucking feminized stuff works, man. That's the only thing I've been really focused on right now, is that trying to get this feminized stuff to work.
Well, I mean, it's been a few years, but I remember when it first dawned on me that when people kept talking about slaps, that meant sticker. Like,
Yeah.
I was like
I
naive
didn't
to that
know.
for a little while until I figured it out.
Well, how do I say this? So before, like, the sticker craze, you used to go to the post office, you'd steal the stickers they put on boxes, and you tag it, and then you stick it places. And that's where slaps kind of came from.
Well, I know,
Slapping your tag up on a
like
sticker.
on signs, like especially when you in my area, you make left turns when you're like at the light, there'll be like a mirage of stickers. I look because some of them aren't even cannabis type, or they're surf brands, or I don't even know. There's various things, but like in the couple spots, there's like 50 different stickers, right? And some of them are cannabis brands in shops or people trying to hustle. But some of them are like surfing shit or whatever.
Bunga, man.
construction, it's like it's a way people get their name out there. They're
Decals. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Bye, Barb.
never rely on a sticker to sell seeds or anything really. I mean, I didn't even make up my sticker in Thailand. I had a friend do it. I was like, I'm no good at this shit. I just know how to grow it and bake medibles.
well, I mean, we haven't done anything about it, but my partner who goes to the whatever you want to call it, the black market fucking dispo spot where we sell, usually we take 10 or 15 up there, dump them. He came back the last time saying, yeah, a lot of the other, because there's all this stuff there, and you see a lot of other people's work, and it's like a whole thing. Yeah, a lot of people like their pounds are in these Mylars with like whatever die cut, even though they're not like legal brands or whatever, they're whatever black market brands, and he was like, yeah, turkey bags just kind of like are like that's just like Ziplocs. Yeah, everybody wants to see their weed in their jar or in a Mylar, and so he was saying, yeah, we should get Mylars made for our shit looks like the other people's shit.
Or you could just have your name put on a seed pack by someone else.
Well, whatever. I mean, you could just put some art on there. You don't like,
my name
we're
is
not in
literally
the
on
legal
the
market.
seed pack.
It's in the black market. But I'll tell you this: we don't usually take stuff up there. Like, they buy as many as we'll bring, but the price is like, well, like $100, maybe $200 less than what we get from other people.
So what's that price, bud?
$1,050.
Okay.
But they cash you out right there. Oh, but wait a minute. They'll nitpick, meaning they look at each one, and then sometimes they'll be like, oh, well, they usually, no, it's not that. Like I say, most of the time we sit on it until like, oh, we have other people, but you never know how much that's going to be a month. So when we are ready to have another batch and we just want to unload it. So sometimes, because we mark on it, like, okay, this one says CP7. That's the 7th crop this year, right? Like now there's 2 rooms, so that's crop 7. And what went up there was some 6s still, right? Same lead came. Some of the batches might have even been fucking better. But and that's one of the reasons to get the Mylar, because in a turkey bag, when 10 are lined up, right?
Yeah.
It's real easy to see from the shade of the color, right, where the 2 older packs are. Like, when we pack them up there, they don't get the number. That's just for us here. Like, we don't, like, if that was the case, they would go, yeah, what's 6? And wait, the 7s look fresher, right? And sometimes, but because, yeah, they're brokers. That's their job, right? Like, I can't knock them when they go, oh, well, yeah, we'll take all these, but these 2, we're only going to pay you $9.50. Or 9, or like they they're always wheeling and dealing. That's their job, because ultimately, like, I've been dealing for a long time. It used to be you didn't question the grower. If he said 12, you gladly paid it and hoped he was going to like hook you up more in the future. Today, it's the other way around. The broker, the guy with the money. And even though this is a much smaller stack of money than it used to be for the same amount, it's still the lifeblood of everything. whatever it is, 10, 15, 20 grand. He's got that. He's got it right there. Like,
It's
and
nice to
you
put
just,
in your pocket.
and he knows that you came there for this whole thing to leave
To
with that,
dump it.
right? And he has the upper hand because you couldn't say, yeah, you know what? Cool. Just take these ones at this. I'll take these ones back with me, right? No, like, like in the art of negotiating, the broker at this point for many years now has the upper hand. Okay, that's how these prices keep getting so low, right? Because Bill's got to get paid and you need the money, even though it's less than what you expect, you're still going to take it, right? And you got to get it. And this is the deal, right? And yeah, like they're nice. They're not like, it's not like an adversarial thing, but when I analyze the conversation and the action and the place you have in the deal, oh yeah, it's like 180 degree opposite than like 20 years of selling weed. When you as the grower, they didn't even want to, like, it might like them trying to ask for $50 off, that might be a deal breaker for you going to do. What's this way? I used to have more demand than I had customers for a lot of years.
Yeah.
And so people wanted to be on my good side because that would be the people I would call. Sometimes people come over where I would say, you can only get one because I had allocated to other people. But then they'd show up and be like, well, wait, I brought the money and I'll even pay you extra. Wait, for a long time, people would prepay you. Like you'd say, yeah, it's not ready for 3 weeks. Well, here, just because I don't want to fucking I need to get X amount this time. Here's the money. You good?
Yeah. I had people pay me for wet weed.
Oh, there was all that pressure too. Like I'd be like, it's not quite ready yet. This is very, no, I need it. Like there was like this whole other pressure because like the amount of killer weed that was grown was less than the amount consumed, right? It was like for a lot of years. Now it's been a lot of years. Oh, it's the other way around.
I had people coming up to me literally 2 to 3, 4 days after I harvest. And they're like, we'll buy your wet weed. And me and the person that I am, I would give them like 3 pounds for the price of one because I knew it was going to dry out at least 2/3 of a more of a pound.
Yeah. I used to have it where I'd add a few grams. It was dry. We trimmed it, but it was like what I considered the pure days. Wet. Like, I was still burping it and bringing it to its best, right? Maybe another 3, 4, 5 days before I'd want to put it in your hand. And then, yeah, I'd tell them and they'd say, because you would still lose a few grams in the last few days, burping it and all that. Yeah, they were so hard up for it or just want a lot of it. Like I say, I had more customers than the amount I could grow. Like over the decade, that's why I had 1 house, 2, 3. I had 3 properties at one point, all trying to fill this unquenchable fucking demand, right? I remember thinking, God, if I could just grow this amount, and then no matter how much you grew, it was like the market just gobbled it up at like real prices, life-changing prices.
Well, here in Ohio,
like I look at like California, Colorado, Michigan, like the more mature cannabis markets. Yeah, there's one obvious problem: too much weed being grown.
I'm missing again.
For how much demand there is. That's it.
That's
bottom
what happened
line.
to Thailand.
Yeah, well, that's, you know, like it might
No
take
tourists to
a
buy it.
generation before the cannabis industry is going to like realize the obvious thing, and most likely
I'm
it'll be a
fucked.
suck. People will be pissed off, and a lot of people will get fucked. There'll be a
Well,
thing
I
where
ain't winning.
states are going to regulate how much each operator can grow, because that's the only way. Like, oh, no more new licenses, and the current licenses, just like, look, you know, we all watched, or most of it's whatever it was called, the crab fishing show. And they would, at the beginning of the season, they'd say, oh, yeah, no king this year, or only this amount of pounds of this or that, right? Because they were keeping quotas, one, to keep the price up, and two, to keep the, you know, alive and thriving. But, oh, it was all monitored, right? Because otherwise, some other asshole would go catch beyond the amount and not really give a shit about anything but himself, right? That's cannabis. Cannabis, like, if we would need a
1
system
minute.
where they like said, okay, this state, this is our need, so X, Y, and Z, you get X amount of product you can bring to market. Because as long as there's like endless licenses with endless canopy and yield after yield after yield, there's not there's not that much of a no, there's way too much weed for how many people there are that
Here
smoke.
comes Jay Patrick.
I'm not gonna win.
Well, shit, I was in front for a minute.
Pardon the
Jay's
game.
slipping. D zombies. Oh no.
Yeah, up to
Hardcore's pushing
Dude,
hard.
you
J5.
are in the lead. What the fuck are you talking
Hey.
about?
Congratulations,
but I was
Town
in the-
420.
I was in the lead for like the first minute, and then all of
Yeah.
a sudden it was
Well,
like, oh,
you had
no,
what they
I'm
call a
going
stretch
back.
run. You had the stretch run.
Yeah,
Coming
someone
down the
must have
stretch.
shot me up with some amphetamines at the end. Hey, if you
Horse
want to do it,
tranquilizer.
I really appreciate it, Smash, but I have so many packs of seeds. If you would like to run it again,
yeah.
okay.
Oh, we're getting a run back?
Yeah, I have
right.
over 300
Now-
packs of seeds.
Now, here's the thing. You're the one that wanted to get added. You're the one that brought it up, and now you won.
Well, you didn't get added either, bud.
Yeah, he did. He's right
I
here.
was in this one.
He was in this one, but not the first one.
No, I get it. But it is kind of ironic that the person that wanted to get on is now wins.
Well,
and
I
doesn't
wanted
want-
it to be fair.
You're
You
good.
know?
You're good.
Hey, I'm
Thank you
down
for
for a
passing it.
I'm down for a rerun. I hope your horses are getting their breath back and breathing good, or ducks.
Is this already going again?
Yep.
Oh shit, eh?
I don't see it. I must be way behind.
Shit, already running.
Oh, 2 minutes left. I see it now. I'm blind.
But yeah, when I come out to in November, I'm actually gonna go down and spend a day in Mexico with a friend.
I want to go to Mexico so bad.
Ole!
I want to stamp in my passport.
Shit, I could be in Tijuana in like 30 to 40 minutes.
He's
That
an
makes-
hour away. He's close
But-
to you, bud.
But yeah, like I just know myself. That's
I
trouble.
may
Like,
crash. I
like-
may crash at his
The best
house
way to
instead
stay-
of the beach.
it's just the best way to stay out of trouble is
Just don't go down there.
well, Tijuana. Yeah, you can get yourself.
Well,
if
I
you're looking
haven't
for
been
trouble, but that's kind of what Tijuana is about.
we'll be out by like 8 o'clock.
I mean, they got like the one part of town that's got all these fucking hooker houses and fucking bars and a whole
Don't need
wi-
that.
a wild
Tight
scene.
pussy's
And then
tighter.
they got the pharmaceutical street, right?
That's
They got
insane.
I'll
a
be hitting
place
that
called
one.
Moeller that's like 24-hour dentistry. Like maybe like 20% of them are open 24 hours. A lot of them aren't open just during the day, but like probably at 20% of what it costs to go to a dentist here. And it's not like, oh, it's some Mexican dentist. No, it's a dental, it's a guy, some of them American, they got their
He's coming up.
degrees, and they just like uh why they can charge that much. They have all the x-ray and all the stuff. They're good dentists because they don't have to pay this massive liability
Insurance, but yeah.
right? Like
Uh-oh.
doctors and dentists
Southern VT.
Right on, Southern.
pay ridiculous insurance, and then they pass it on to the, that's why it costs so much.
I actually have 2 doctor's appointments that I'm gonna go to while I'm there.
But it's called
Southern.
it's like it's a little outside
Back,
Tijuana. It's this little town, this street where it's called Moeller, and every business there, like 100 of
Is
them,
dentistry.
yeah, it's all dentistry. It's like
That's the way Thailand is. You go to certain areas and that's where all the car work is done.
Even things
all
where
your dentistry is done here.
A lot of times I've never gone down there, but I have friends that have, and have, no one reports that it wasn't a good experience and they saved a lot of money. But like where it would be like 2 or 3 appointments to do something here, somehow they'll get it all done in one day. Oh, they'll tell you got to come back in a few hours to get whatever because they have it made right then. Like if you're having a root canal or a bridge or whatever all that work's called, you can go down there. You have to spend all day, right?
Yeah.
But you leave and you'll be done.
You get a full set. You can get a full set of dentures in a day.
That'll be like 3 appointments, and it'll take a month.
For me to get dentures here in the United States, it was going to take between 2 and 3 months. In Thailand, I could literally get them within 2 days.
Wow.
And these are specially made because during my accident, the roof of my mouth isn't like everybody else's because they had to reconstruct it. So I have to go to a special dentist. And they basically told me, oh, yeah, we could do that in like 2 days. And for like $800.
Well,
I just didn't have the extra 2 days. Well, all I have is Medicaid, and I'm approved for 7 other funds and government assistant programs. So I'm actually I have 8 different insurance companies and shit like that right now. And I still can't get any type of disability. I know it's only like $680, but still, I can't even get that. And I have literally filed 8 times. I think I just need to go hire a lawyer.
What kind?
Well, I've had friends that it took them like a year, sometimes longer, had to jump through a million hoops. But then when they finally got it, they got back pay. Like their first check was like this lump sum from the first day they applied.
We're talking like 6 years back pay at this point because that's when I got my settlement was like 7, 8 years
Well,
ago.
that's when you applied for them.
I applied for that in like 2004.
Oh, well, then, yeah, that would be a lot of back pay.
And I've gone back every couple years and applied for it because once you apply for it and you get denied, you can't go back and apply for it immediately. You have to wait a certain amount of time. And I finally got to the point where I had to wait like 3 years before I could apply again. Our government is really fucked up when they give people like $1,500 because they're refugees, and I can't get $683 for disability. Or how about the ones that are children of people that are disabled, like a parent all of a sudden becomes a drug addict and gets put on disability, and the children end up getting SSI or SSD, and they end up getting like $1,500 a month. Why can't I get that money? You want to give me like $680, but I'll take it. $680, I can still live in Thailand for free.
Okay.
I watched this TV program the other day about this couple moving to Thailand, and they were looking to spend 2,000 to 3,000 US dollars a month on a house. And the houses that they were showing them in Chiang Rai or Chiang Mai, you could literally rent for like $800 a month. Oh, you can have this house with this property. Yeah, if you actually go to Thailand, you can get it for 800. They want to charge you 2,500.
Yeah.
$2,500 you can rent a plantation, okay?
What do you
And
know?
that's a 4-bedroom house attached.
Oh my.
I was waiting for this house in Chiang Rai to open up. It literally had like 4 acres to it, and the house sat up higher on the hill than all the different types of fruit trees and other type of farming that they had going on. It was a beautiful place. And that was only like 18,000 a month. So $600.
Wow.
Fuck yeah. You know how many cannabis plants I could have put back there?
Yeah, man. Fill her up.
But when cannabis is at $2-3 a gram, you're kind of screwed.
Actually, got shocked. I guess indeed. Fill her up, Biggie.
Dude, fucking copyrights are so annoying. I post a video of like fireworks with a band playing in the background. I get copyright. Like, god damn it.
That's crazy. Yeah. I like to eat my veggies.
I could have went live from the music festival I was at because it was all people's original music.
Uh-huh. Mm. Damn it.
So my friend that put on the festival is actually going to go to Thailand with me when I go back for a month. So we're going to hit some cool places.
Right on.
Hopefully I can sell my truck and bike. Now that I know the dimensions and the prices of sending stuff back, my TV is not that expensive to send here
Cool.
because it's light. I can probably add 10 kilos to the box and still be the same price.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna get out of here. Jason and Southern, hit me up on that email that I gave you guys. Other than that, yeah, I hope everyone has a good night. Be safe.
Later, Smash.
Later. I haven't even smoked a whole joint tonight.
Wow. Well, I'm eating my greens and I'm smoking my greens. Bing
I think
bong.
the alcohol is working.
Alcohol.
Yeah.
I get on just the wrong show.
It's after midnight. It's Wednesday. It's
No,
not
it's like-
weed and whiskey
I'm looking for the-
Wednesday.
I was looking for the weed show.
Yeah, I
It
guess
is. It's
the wrong
weed and whiskey Wednesday.
Nah, no whiskey any day.
Hey, I'm trying to get to sleep. I'd almost give my left nut for 8 hours continuous sleep.
What did I walk into?
Not really.
Hey, bud, what's up?
Everybody.
Well, I think it's dab time.
Right on, Flora.
It's 9:19, so it's to be dab time in like less than 1 minute.
Oh, right on.
12:19.
There's only one time zone, and that's the Pacific time zone. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I thought it was Thai. That's one thing I like about the rest of the world. They really don't have daylight savings time.
That's
I mean-
some bullshit American thing that we did for the farmers. They say.
Yep.
And they, it's been like 20 years now. They've been saying, "Oh, we're gonna go away with it," and then it gets repealed, and then goes through. I think it got through the House, didn't get through the Senate, or vice versa. But yeah,
A couple states did it though.
the only well, Arizona doesn't recognize it, so half the year we're on the same time zone as Arizona, 100 miles away from me, and half the year we're not. Because we do daylight savings time in California, but they don't do it in Arizona.
Welcome to California.
Yeah, you're kind of out near the area I'm going to be in.
Hey, this is the country of California.
Huh.
Actually, it's not a country, but it is a republic of California. It says it on. Yeah.
When I blow the whistle, get the toy.
Hey, we got more people than you in your whole country. I think you guys had 39 million, and we have 40 million.
La-di-da.
The big, no, I mean, you guys can have them. We have too many people. I wouldn't mind giving you guys 20 million people. It'd make California a lot nicer if we had 20 million less. Really would. It's so crowded, man. It's hard to even go to the store sometimes, certain days, unless you go to a different town.
Or you go during the day and you don't do anything between noon and 1.
No, you go during the day and
And then
hang on.
lunch hour, you stop. Because traffic sucks. But I am going to have to be hitting you up for some of the better nurseries in LA.
I did a gap. I'm dying. Thank God.
You have that right, J. Patrick. We're trying to get rid of them, deported back.
What happened?
Oh, Canada's trying to export student Indian or immigrant tourists. For,
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's too many Indians.
They're they're letting them into California like it's
Water.
nobody, and they don't give a fuck what us residents think about it. Unfortunately, like we tried to recall this stupid governor twice, and somehow he's still governor.
Well, that's okay. We got a guy from Ohio that's running as vice president. That's that's a joke.
That guy is horrible.
Oh yeah.
It's like I wish we could reset American politics because we have like the worst choices. Like we probably have worse choices than they had like 100 years ago.
Most
there's no good
definitely.
choices. No good choices. You can't be like, oh yeah, dude, that guy's honest. I believe in, most of what he believes. I think he's gonna do a good job. It's like, no, I gotta choose shithead 1 or shithead 2.
Yeah. And they're all basically going for the same goal, and that's to build certain companies.
Hang on.
Jesus, Lord. I'm dying.
I did some diamonds. Probably like 0.3 grams, like a big chunk of diamonds. And then some live rosin. Okay. So the scariest thing though in the future is not any of that shit. It's AI and taking over all of our jobs.
Advertising,
Well, just think,
weather, news.
so much stuff that can be automated. And you just have like one person that just checks and does the programming. You get a
Apparently
team.
they-
Programming could be like anywhere in the world. They don't even have to be there.
Well, all they need to do is take a photo of you and they can basically turn that into an AI image and just paste you into something. You don't even need to be there. It can be pre-recorded and everything else.
Are you talking
Our
like
commercials? Well,
like
yeah. Like a
They got-
hologram.
hologram stuff? It's like, wow, like yeah, that stuff has gotten like you actually looks like the real person on the stage. Some of it, And then there's the AI like deep fake stuff where it's like, dude, you can't even tell. Like some of them have like the perfect voice recognition, perfect like pauses and the cadence and everything. It's at the point now where like I don't even want to watch like Joe Rogan unless I watch it like on Spotify because most of the like you see all these clips and they're all like fake AI clips. And they sound just like Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I've been noticing that with a lot of clips lately. But from what I hear, that, version 2.0 is what you want to invest your money in right now.
Huh.
The next version of AI.
Yeah, I think it's probably developed a lot further than they lead us on to believe.
Oh yeah.
And they basically have only like allowed us to see the first couple levels, but these guys are on level 200 already, and we're just seeing level 1 and 2. I think some of these big, they're figuring out things that like just were unfathomable now, and they're doing things in such, like, for the military, it's good, like figure out some pretty strategic stuff, and it's good for a lot of things if it can be used for good. But I just think it's going to get in the wrong hands eventually, and not going to be good. I mean, what if D gets his hand on the button?
Look out.
Gonna fuck us all up.
Free cannabis for everybody.
Free cannabis for the world.
Yeah.
Everybody gets a tree.
Just decriminalize it.
I think I should just make it like a tomato. It's like produce. Like, it
Like
doesn't
a
matter.
rose.
Like, doesn't fucking matter. Just do whatever you want to do with it. Grow it. You want to sell it at the flea market. You want to sell it at the fucking corner store. Whatever you want to do. Go to Walmart, buy it by the pound in the produce section.
Our normal chapter was the only chapter. Well, normal put out one t-shirt. We put out 16 different designs. And the one major saying on the back was, what if it was a felony to grow a rose?
Well,
There you go.
probably wouldn't be as many people growing them. But
Yeah.
then you have the outlaw that grows like the fucking most amazing rose.
That'd be Miss.
Thank
You know
you.
what? The
Thank
person
you.
that'd be- I think that person would be Miss Rose.
I doubt that.
The one that grows all the roses?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if she can grow cannabis as well as a rose.
Apparently she.
Wait till you get to taste my personal garden of 6 fucking plants. But there's nothing to say about the 500 plant pheno hunt in Michigan.
I don't know anything about Michigan when it comes to cannabis. Just know they can do like 15 plants, I think, or something. Pretty awesome. 14 plants, something like that.
Well,
yeah, that's still fucking awesome.
But if you're a caregiver, you can grow 60.
This is Michigan you're talking about?
Yep. Ohio is 6 a person, 12 a household. Some guy just got busted with 35 plants, and someone contacted me like all scared about it. And I said, there's no presumption of jail time until you hit over 100 or over, because that's federal. So in the state of Ohio, there's no presumption of jail time for up to 99 plants. And with the way things are going, did they count vegetative plants as flowering plants, THC plants?
Mhm.
And this is what we're going through in Ohio, and what I'm going through right now is we're fighting the government because they say if a plant has roots, then it counts against your numbers. And we're telling them, well, it doesn't matter if it has fucking roots, it matters if it has THC or not.
Mhm.
Because if it has no THC, it's still hemp. So, yeah, that's going to be a fight.
Uh-huh.
But that's all right. I'm ready for it. I don't even think the city I'm going to put my shop in really gives a fuck. Because where I'm putting is like on the line of the next city over.
No, 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 hardcore. No, no, no.
So for those people up in Michigan, Gems and Genetics is having a Halloween party on the 19th. It's only a one night thing, but they said music's going to go pretty late. So it may be a good thing to go out and check out. I know I'll be there
What part of
on the
Michigan?
way home. It's just north. It's probably 20-25 minutes north of Grand Rapids. It's called Sears Resort. It's basically a campground. Man, it sounds like someone has taken a blade and glass. Or typewriter. So they gave out 500 free tickets
I'm muted again.
to medical patients. There's a pretty high dollar costume prize too.
Right on.
You could probably buy at least a pound of weed with it. But the nice thing is you get to meet a lot of caregivers. And once they find your medical, the prices drop a little bit. They tell you what's been harvested lately on their table.
Mhm.
I should have bought more of that Pure Michigan.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna be getting some of that soon. I found a delivery service. I already texted you earlier. That's right. So,
260 for a quarter pound.
is that American or bought?
American.
Oh,
So it's like 1,000 Canadian dollars.
rupees. Yeah.
I remember when the Canadian dollar was almost equal to the American dollar.
At one point, it was more when I was younger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oops, that slipped. I also remember when the guilder was $2.38 US for one guilder. And then right before they went to the euro, it ended up being like 50 cents on the dollar.
Mhm.
We had fun then because everything was half price. Hash was like $5 a gram. Good
Yeah.
weed was like $3 a gram, $4 a gram. The girls were like $22.50.
Oh, love you long time, GI.
No. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Out you go. It's not like Thailand. You don't get a time frame for your money.
Sucky, sucky. Hardcore wants to know, Captain, if you still want to buy his elephant.
Sorry, can't. It's too vital of a piece right now. And like I told you, put it up for sale yourself. That's the best opportunity because there were some of them that sold like 380.
There you go. J5 says he only wants your trunk. Good one, J5.
No, I leave all the lady boys alone.
Hey, did you happen to see my post I posted on Instagram earlier, Captain? It was
No.
what's that show? It was like not Got Talent, but it's like one of those shows, but it was in Thailand, and it was three lady boys. And
Well,
Buddy's like,
there is a do you have talent
The three
in
lady boys, and they say their name
Thailand?
in like their guy voice.
no, it was funny. They're like, what?
It's
Buddy's
all in
like,
Thai.
but yeah, Buddy busted them though. He goes, "What's your name?" And the girl's like, "Blah blah blah." And then the Buddy's like, "What's your real name?" And then he's like, "Clam" or whatever.
Yeah, that's the one.
It's just
Yeah,
so
that's the one.
funny.
All three. He did that to all three of them.
Yeah.
One of my friends was actually a guitar player for a prodigy drummer that was on that show.
Oh yeah.
This kid's like 9 years old and it's just like, holy shit.
Yeah, true.
There's this like 6-year-old Chinese girl that can play like classical piano. Like it's not even like something is definitely at work. Like you couldn't
Yeah.
even at 6 years old. No way would you be that advanced, and she can just do it.
Shit, I've been doing things for 25 years and I can't get it perfect all the time.
Yeah, well, there is like certain people born, all nationalities that like are just as kids, like they don't have to learn how to play music. They like are born with the
Talent.
Yeah. It's rare though. You know, even you think, oh, well, wait, two great parents that are both accomplished musicians, and oh, that doesn't create it. It's not as simple as that.
Well, actually, I could see that a lot more because she's probably like listened to that music ever since a baby.
Oh, really?
And it's just kind of like programmed into
Well,
her at that
I've seen
point.
stories about the certain people in their or single digit age that are like masters musicians are born with it. And then parents say, yeah, it's like a thing. Like, oh, they started with lessons, but immediately the teacher knew, like, oh, shit, you're going to teach me.
Yeah.
And like just on Instagram, I don't know, there's a lot of them in China, like whether it's bass player, guitar player, piano, you name it, that are like super young and like or play way beyond their means. There's this one little boy that can play the meanest blues, like he does it in people's style, but like he's put more on it than even they did. And he's
I
like
seen that
this
kid.
little Chinese boy. Like you're always like, holy fuck. But yeah, just like I mean, I would love a dog that could skateboard. Like to me, I've had a lot of fucking dogs, but like even if you try to get a certain breed and you like, oh, that's not like, yeah, most likely you would end up with a lot of dogs that you tried, but oh no, they didn't like to skateboard. To find the one dog that would not only just ride it, but like turn and push off. Like I've seen these dogs. A lot of them are bulldogs, but no, people have trained. And there's this. They had a competition up in the bay, a dog surfing contest.
Yeah, you beat me
And
to it, bud.
now I don't know. Like I've also seen videos where it's like, yeah, I guess you made your dog do that, but he doesn't like that. But there are a couple that seem like, wow, there's this one where this dog cuts off this other surfer and like is turning and stuff, not just riding the whitewater. That would be cool. That would be cool. Like I say, I love dogs and had a lot of dogs, but and they smart dogs and they had their little things they did, but nothing close to that. Like that would be the coolest. Like, but then you would like I don't like hanging out on the boardwalk where people stroll and stuff. We have that and those all around the beach. If you had a dog like that, you'd need to be like taking him out, and then you like it would be a good way to pick up chicks. That'd be for sure.
I seen a little dog used to ride on a gas tank of a motorcycle with the guy driving the bike. She used to have little goggle glasses going over the face and everything. Was funny.
Well, I
But it was
take
really
my
cool.
dog sometimes, like in my car, but like I would never take my dog, and even I have Chihuahua or any dog into the grocery store, into like oh,
No.
I get if you're going to Petco, okay, or something like that. But in Southern California, right? It's pretty amazing. Like it used to be, it started with the emotional whatever,
Support.
right?
Yeah.
But that isn't even a thing anymore. It's just people that, yeah, today there was 3 different sets of people in the grocery store. I was only there like 20 minutes that had their dogs with them in the grocery store. Yeah, no, I wouldn't like my dog will just wait in the car or stay home. I'm not, no need for him to come to the grocery store. But
There's
some
no
people,
need for someone else's dog to go over my food.
well, yeah, I mean that, but yeah, and other like there's these people that have most of them small dogs that their dog goes everywhere with them. Like, yeah, that's kind of I don't know. I mean, I'm okay with being weird. I get it. Like that's if that's the worst thing weird you got that you're like needing a dog for emotional support. I mean, dogs are emotional support, but I don't think so in the grocery store.
No, that's more like a kid.
What if you get what if you get anxiety and you don't know which brand of cereal to choose and you need your dog, to pamper you?
Well, that's why you have emotional support dogs,
Yeah.
not a
That's-
little
yeah,
chihuahua that
first
fits
thing.
in your arm.
You're like, man, picking the fucking brand of cheese I want today is fucking stressing me out. I wonder what the dog thinks. Hey, dog, what should I get?
Well, like I say, I mean,
Lubricated or non-lubricated?
if that's what makes someone happy, then I'm all for it. I've never
Yeah.
felt like, oh, yeah, that dog's like making the food. Like, okay, if you get fruits or vegetables, you go home and rinse it off anyway. And most dogs that go in stores with people are pretty well groomed and behaved.
Easy hardcore.
Last year, I was in Walmart, and the section that's kind of like that's got like all the home stuff, like the Ziploc bags and aluminum foil and all that stuff. Someone had like a big fucking dog, like a huge dog, and it took a giant fucking shit. And the people just fucking walked off. They didn't even give a fuck. They just let their dog take a giant shit in Walmart and just like walked off. And then like I like told one of the employees, and he just like put his hands up in the air. He's like, people, you know. But yeah, so I wouldn't say all of them are well behaved. You know, also some dogs
No.
like to piss on stuff all the time, and I don't. That's not cool either. Like male dogs.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I see. If I
so
see that,
I see some people, they shouldn't have a dog. Like that's what I see.
There's some people that shouldn't have kids around here. Like,
Well, that too, but
I've actually busted somebody trying to do that shit around here. I saw them try to let their dog take a shit on my boulevard lawn. And they're gonna walk away. I'm like, hey, aren't you gonna pick that up, buddy? And the guy looked at me like,
Well,
oh yeah.
here, I don't know who pays for it or whatnot, but a lot of
It's a
neighborhoods
fine.
have like installed pole with like doggy bags, not just at dog parks or at parks, but like in neighborhoods, right? Where, yeah, that's a thing.
I wonder if that comes out of a city budget.
I mean,
Yeah.
at my house in Cardiff, the beach area, God, everyone has a dog. They don't have any properties. The houses are beach houses. So everyone walks their dogs around. But they all carry whatever and pick up. There's not even sidewalks or,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's like most of the houses are built, the whole property. It's not really, well, whatever. The dogs look happy and they rich people, they eating good. But
You want to hear some fucked up?
I don't know, like certain size dogs, I don't think are meant to live where they don't have like a yard or outside space. I get it that they adapt and all that, but down where I live on the beach, God, there's like everybody has a fucking dog, big dog.
So speaking of beaches, there's a place around here. Not it's farther away from me. It's about an hour drive away from me. It's called Wasaga Beach, and it's a very popular place for people tourists. It's a tourist place in Ontario. And apparently, right now, there's people going around taking shits on the beach like a dog. You believe that shit?
Those
Oh,
people need
people
to
are
get
taking
hit
shits on the
upside-
beach.
Yeah.
They need to get hit upside the head with a piece of wood.
Well, one thing
Roll up
California
newspaper.
beaches, even though they're the nastiest fucking
Yeah.
industrial bathrooms, all the beaches have bathrooms and shower things, and it's the beach, so there's really no excuse.
Hardcore.
Now, if you told me they were Indian, I'd probably have believed that.
Well, this is
Or
weird.
Chinese.
There's this weird
We had
people.
we had a problem in Thailand, and China was the only one to get this 15-item piece of paper of how to act and conduct in Thailand, and they would still shit next to the toilets
Well, here's the thing around here. Some
outside.
public bathrooms, especially at Mexican restaurants or whatever. In Mexico, they don't flush the toilet paper, right? They put it in the trash, right? And there's like
Same way
times
with
when like
Thailand.
people, because they don't know you can flush the toilet paper, they do the same thing around.
At least they have
San
toilet
Diego.
paper.
Yeah.
Friggin' East or Indian, India, they don't even use toilet paper. Fucking gross.
Well, I heard some, yeah, of like a
They,
small
they wipe with their
percentage.
hands.
Like you'd think like, oh, 90% of people on the earth use toilet paper. I think it's like the other way around.
No,
They wipe with
No,
one
it's
hand
only
and with
like-
the other.
it's only like 60%.
Make sure you ask them, does haunt?
Yeah, well,
You wash your hands? That's the Indian for do you wash your hands? Das haunt.
I came in and immediately put a bum gun in my bathroom because
Huh?
living over in Asia, to be able to wash your ass before you wipe it, yeah.
Oh, are you
Except
talking
on,
about a bidet?
yeah, except
Oh.
on a cold day when your pipes are on the top of the ground and it's like 40 degrees outside and you got to go at like 5 o'clock in the morning. No.
That's when you bring out the heated toilet seat, Captain.
Yeah, well, Captain couldn't afford a heated toilet seat because I literally had block that had holes in it for the air to come into my bathroom and kitchen.
No bidet over there?
Nope, just a water hose with a,
Pressure
little
washer.
sprayer,
Hey, man,
sprayer for
gosh,
like your
hole over
sink.
Go shit in a hole over there. The sink has 2 holes. Shit in a big one.
hey, a lot of the times, like the worst shit I would see at concerts would be a lot of times there was just not enough, too many people, too much beer being drunk, and not enough urinals. And then people would piss in the sinks inside venues. I'd be
Yeah.
like, oh, fuck. That's
Yeah.
fucked up.
And shit in the
Cleveland Stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hardcore, that's because they don't have toilets like we do. The Amish have outhouses, so they don't know about running water. So they probably wouldn't even know about flushing.
No,
Trudeau banned running water in the country. You have to use a shovel
But-
and dig water in your backyard now.
Well,
if you
I know.
take if you take a bus in Thailand, like the public buses that literally travel from like Bangkok all the way up to Chiang Rai, when they do stop, basically you get a hole in the ground. It does go to a septic system, but you literally have to pour water down it
Well,
to get it to go
I mean,
out.
not that many years ago, what's it called? Dysentery, or a lot of death and illness was created in cities and humanity through shit and shit not having like whatever you call that cycle of whatever. But before we had running water, plumbing, but then I watched this documentary that was really about allergies, and in the last couple generations, the amount of allergies, whether it's peanut, this, that, and the other. But they went into this one segment in that documentary that I don't know all the names and the data of it, but basically from the time of sanitation in humanity, which like that's like if you were a cowboy in the United States, yeah, there wasn't running water. Well, the people of that era had a much more diverse, by many multiplications, of a gut biome. Okay, and that gut biome that was developed to basically stay alive, to fight against germs and shit. Now that we wash our hands and we live like much more sanitary lives, the modern gut biome is way, and our diet, and there's a lot of factors, but even the fact that we shower and because there was microbes and but gut biome that had been built up through evolution in humans to keep them alive through all these kinds of things, sicknesses and viruses, and
Well, thank you.
and then they think that some of why now it's more common to have allergies or be allergic to things is because of that. We don't have the right gut biome to be as diverse. And then now kids are like super fragile and like are allergic to multiple things, like seriously allergic to things.
When I would get food poisoning in Thailand, I would eat a bunch of yogurt right afterwards.
Why eat
To
yogurt every
start-
day? It's like one of my
to-
things in the morning. I like yogurt.
But it starts the bacteria in your stomach to be able to handle the food that you eat. Or at
Well, there
least
was a
I
time
was
that
eating.
the yogurt, like in the
Fucking
60s,
chilies.
it was the Mary Pranksters and the hippies up in Eugene. I think it was called Nancy's Yogurt. But when they first started to try to sell yogurt, it was illegal
Pretty hardcore. No.
to sell yogurt in the United States.
That concert was 72, 73.
Yeah, and there's like a whole story on Deadcast about Nancy's Yogurt. There's the first company in the United States to sell yogurt,
Creamery.
the Creamery, and yeah, it was like illegal. like they were like selling yogurt to health food stores in the Bay Area, and it would have been like if you were selling weed, like it was illegal to sell yogurt. Then the FDA got on board. It's all about pasteurization, and because bad yogurt can make you really sick.
So if you go to YouTube and you search, put in Grateful Dead Creamery, and it'll pop up.
Yeah,
It's a really good show.
A benefit to save the creamery that then becomes.
It was a dairy that they turned into a creamery.
That is now a publicly owned company. And
a
it's
yogurt
still,
company.
It's like $1 billion company, but it all started with some hippies and the Merry Pranksters way back. It's like Ken Kesey's sister or something.
Yep.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't know. I know some of the story, not enough to repeat it here.
I just watched it the other day.
It's a historic thing. Like, oh, that changed. Like that, and the people and the political action that they took is why now yogurt's probably a $100 trillion business a year. But just in the 60s, not that long ago, the 60s, yogurt was illegal.
And acid was legal.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Cheers,
Like
everybody. Cheers,
Good
everybody in chat. Hope everyone's having a great night. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God. What, hardcore? What did the leper say to the prostitute? One more is the keep the tip. Hardcore's got a riddle corner going on. Uh-oh. The fuck?
I clicked on a button. Didn't know what the hell I was doing.
I don't have
Trying to
access.
I hit more, and then I was looking in there to see what was in the more. The whiteboard would be for like for business for using this or something. But he's smoking the chokes a lot.
Yeah. Well, when Smash was on earlier, he was talking about how he needs to smoke and consume like this massive amount of like where I'm like, well, I try to smoke all day long, but I 2, 3, 4 hits, I'm fucking baked. And if it isn't, then I'm not doing something right.
Yeah, exactly. People ask me to be a judge, and I show up with my glass 20, and I tell them if I don't feel it within 4 to 5 hits, it's no good.
Oh, it's definitely
Well,
junk.
I mean, you get some feeling off of almost anything, but bottom line,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
when I was in
I'm
prison,
looking
I
for
learned
that.
like you can get high smoking anything. We used to get high off of banana peels. Like you would dry out, not the banana peel, the banana string, like those strings that are in some bananas, right? And you dried them out, and dude, it would taste like plastic. But you got high from it. It was like weird. Like people in prison, like I guess they tried so many things. There was all these weird little things. Now, was that really? A lot of times I thought, yeah, if you do something that makes you feel sick, that doesn't mean it's high. You know what I'm saying? Like some of the things will be like, yeah, that just makes you feel sick. Well, I guess in there, like any head change is like, okay, we'll do it. We'll
Yeah, when I was in, they were making, hey, you, can you get peanut butter this week? Yeah, cool. I can get the corn chips. I can get the Doritos, and we'll mix it all together.
Yeah. Well, like soups were like the currency. So I what considered to be a spread, and
I didn't
there'd be
even
like a
get
potluck in the
soup.
day room or out on the yard, and people would
Oh,
they would use the ramen noodles,
yep.
and then they would there wasn't anything that was available through either the kitchen or any other means in prison that wasn't included in these things called spreads. Oh, mayonnaise for sure, right? Uh, Beans, this, that, everything. It was just this collage of like anything and everything, and they called it a spread. And they somehow they'd cook all the noodles in like a bag, and then they the tables like were a certain thing you could cut the bag and just spread it out on the table, and then everyone would share. And yeah, they were pretty creative. So it was all pretty good. I mean, it was just those ramen noodles, but you could do a lot of shit with those ramen noodles. I anybody that's been to prison would be
Yeah.
hip to that because that's like, yeah. I, I've never did this at home, but if worst came to worst, I had a couple ramen noodle things. Oh, you. It's endless possibilities.
Big Port Christoph. Bringing up the captains for you now, buddy. There we go. Bonsoir. Christophe, comment ça va? Lasagna cappuccino. Mmm. Okay, hardcore.
So that would be like cheesy meat company with like tomato saucy. That'd be kind of shitty. I thought apple spice sucked. That would really, I mean, not apple spice. I thought pumpkin spice sucked, but that would really suck.
Ugh, pumpkin spice is gross.
It really is. But somehow it's become over the years like, oh, it is that season where, you know, fucking pumpkin spice fucking season that
Everything.
thing fucking pumpkin spice.
Yeah,
That's the nastiest flavor. Oh God. I
they.
I like pumpkin pie a lot, but like
Yeah, me
no,
too.
I'm not down with pumpkin spice latte and fucking
They
everything.
got all that.
Dude.
They got all that kind of shit here
Cake.
in Tim Hortons right now.
But
Muffins,
somehow
donuts,
that is like a thing.
fucking
We
gross.
must be the outlier because if they wouldn't keep doing it and expanding the fucking pumpkin fucking spice products
When that
every
shit
year
came out, that shit
unless
came
people
out-
bought it.
when that shit came out, what was it? Probably mid '90s, early 2000s. I don't know. All the pumpkin spice lattes and shit. Like, I bought one. I tried it. I thought it was not. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't. I wouldn't buy it. Wouldn't buy it again. But
Oh
apparently,
God, the
people,
smell of that makes me nauseous.
I just don't. Yeah. Apple spice is great though, but pumpkin spice is yuck.
Yeah, pumpkin pie is awesome. I agree with you there.
Oh yeah,
bud.
pumpkin pie is definitely awesome.
No.
And I like the pumpkin seeds too. Like put them in the oven.
Yeah. Even like this cheaper grocery store pumpkin pie. Yeah, that's not bad. But like when someone makes it from home or really
Yeah.
that doesn't, then that's one of my. Or sweet potato pie is good too. Like both of those. With you got to have whipped cream for sure, or ice cream, but whipped cream for sure.
Kind of
The whipped
similar.
cream, for me, makes it watered down. No thanks.
So D, what do you guys do for Thanksgiving? Do you guys have a Thanksgiving equivalency, or you guys practice
Yeah.
and celebrate there, or what's the deal?
Yeah, we do Thanksgiving, turkey, pumpkin pie, whole thing like that.
Is it like everybody, or you guys? Like is
Not
everybody?
everybody. We have a holiday here in Canada.
Well, Thanksgiving is more of like a religious or Christian holiday, so I assume it's celebrated more than
Yeah,
just here. But then some of our holidays are unique, like obviously 4th of July and a few others. But
Thought it was the French guy that landed in the Caribbean.
or the Pilgrims had some fucking meal, right? I mean, I don't remember a lot, but that had to have been like 1st or 2nd grade where somehow it was drilled in my fucking brain that the Pilgrims fucking had this meal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just making fun. Yeah, but then again, but no, it was 1st grade that they taught us all that shit, and it was 5th grade. They're like, oh, that was a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were all dying from no food and water.
Yeah, in 5th grade, they're like, oh, we gave them Europeans gave them blankets and fucking diseases and.
Well, and yeah, they were fighting the Indians and they were surrounded and
Cortez the Killer.
And the natives gave them blankets with SARS in it or something.
I mean, as much as we're living in some crazy times, no doubt, but could you imagine being in the middle of some of the things that happened in history? Yeah, being
plagues.
Just all the different things that have went down. And then people barely had newspapers. It was word of mouth or like no information, and scary shit was going on.
COVID.
That's got to bring out the worst in people.
Exactly.
I mean, during some of those times. And mainly because of movies or books. But yeah, I have this like vision of like, if I could say, oh, go back, I would like to be a cowboy in like the real cowboy times. But then again, a lot of that's imagery you've watched through westerns and this picture they paint, right? But oh, that had to have been a pretty rough time. You know what I mean?
And what's
You and
that?
your horse. You and your horse. You know what I'm saying?
What's that show they have? It's like Deadwood or something.
Yeah. And
Can
then there
you
was this
imagine being
one,
back in that time?
that was that one show that was really good, I thought. I can't think of the name, where it was like a modern show because in today's time you paid all, it was like an amusement park and you could go back and they had this what was that show? Somebody else had to have watched it. It was a few seasons and then it got too weird, but like people went back and no matter what trouble you got in, how many times you got killed, you were all right. But you could kill all these people, and you could go gamble in the West or do all these. It was a pretty good show. It was like on cable. God, what was the name of that? Oh well.
Yeah, if you think of the name, let me know. Some interesting show.
Oh, that was a really good series, especially the first couple seasons. It was like an HBO thing. Because yeah, somebody had invented this. It was like a real place where all these people were like robots. It turned out those people overtook. God, this was years ago, but basically it was like what we're afraid of with AI happening.
Yeah.
Like, and a couple of the characters, the main character was like this super billionaire that like lived in there more than he lived in the real world because he could afford it. It was really expensive to go. It was like it was like an amusement park thing. But it was real. Like when you were in it, it was real. It wasn't like you were somewhere else with goggles on. No, you went. Oh, yeah. Wait, I almost thought of the name. Fuck, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna Google
You got a pretty mouthful.
because it had some like far out concepts at the time. This is probably 8 years ago or so. It was on for like 4 or 5 seasons. Yeah, Westwood. That Marshall says it. It was called Westwood. If you want to like binge watch something, you'd have to start at the beginning because certain characters they run through all the seasons, and it's one of those things. If you're not paying attention, you're gonna like, yeah. There's a lot of things you have to watch at the first season to understand what's gonna go. But now that I think about it, when I watched it every week. I looked forward to that show. Yeah, that was like somebody already visioned IA and robots and virtual and took it to this like
thank
show.
you again.
It's a good show.
No reading of the juice, sir. No reading of the juice. What?
What? Putting this chair together.
Time for some Moonbow. Time to smoke some Moonbow.
Is that what the tapping sounder I hear? Is you put in a chair together?
Oh.
Yeah, I bought a chair. And I'm finally putting it together because I've had it sitting here for a few days. Oh, the tapping sound could be the fan.
Because it actually sounds like so far it's been on so long that someone's up to at least 3/4 of a kilo.
Oh, that sound right there.
Yep.
Fan.
Okay.
So I need to turn the settings up higher, I guess. I'll do that once I get over there. But the chair I've only been putting together for maybe less than 5 minutes.
Ah.
Oh,
Oh.
I just yeah, need somewhere better to sit.
I almost fell over when I got up.
Oh, you can't get up.
Sure.
The moon's pretty cool tonight. We got nice stars.
He looks like a real boy. He made him come back to life.
Huh?
He made him come to life.
Yeah.
He's a real boy now.
Who's that?
I don't know, whoever. Pinocchio.
There you go.
Oh,
That's what she said.
He's alive.
Yeah, Christoph, hang on. You want the link? I'll give you a link.
Christoph's gonna come on. He hasn't been on in a while.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta put the link up for Christoph.
Could say, well, you gotta add Zoom.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
He's the only one that hasn't made like an easy password.
for some reason, I'm not allowed to select the passwords. It's just like some
Wow.
stupid thing all the time. Crazy.
Well, maybe when you get to so many shows, you can.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, shit. D8. Hold on, I'm
that's it.
We got a chair now.
Christoph.
Christoph. Drinking Christoph.
Paging Dr. Christoph. There you go. Marshall. Oh, what did I do?
Did I have that join me?
Yeah, can you just wait a second, please?
What?
There we go.
Well, I looked at the stars Saturday night and the Big Dipper was back where it was supposed to be.
Right on.
Did you move it?
Huh?
Oh no.
Well, in Thailand, it's in a completely different spot. We get a little bit of a different constellation, actually.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shit, Mark.
There were a lot of funny stars in Thailand. I tell you what, there's either a lot of stars dying out or there's a lot more activity than what we're aware of.
I think they're pretty aware of a lot. They got a lot of technology tracking all this stuff. I mean, it's ever expanding, right?
Yeah.
But just because, like, I don't know how, but I've been on some lives where there's like pretty smart people that claim to be flat earthers and they'll like debate it till they're blue in the face, where I'm like, yeah, I mean, I no, like, you would have to think that then there's this huge conspiracy. Like, there's been photographic from space to show the Earth like since the 60s or even maybe before then, and even the current ones. like there's this image that I saw on Instagram that's the latest where they use it's of the moon, but it's the most I think it was like I forget the stats of like how much mega
Hang out
whatever,
there.
but it's the most detailed photo you could ever imagine of the moon. And yeah, like I don't know, like certain facts are just obvious, right? So like
Good evening,
I
my
don't know
friends.
how there can be so many. I mean, it's like
Sure.
a people that somehow are flat earthers. I'm like, what the fuck?
Bonjour.
Evening.
Like,
Um,
be honest,
don't-
I can't even take that
Buddy.
serious. Like, even if it is,
I don't think I never heard of this cool concept until probably like 2015 or something.
well, it's part of the conspirator. Like, they seem to have the same people do that. Oh, they don't believe moon, or we went to the moon, and there's like this list of these conspiracies that have
Yeah, they come from that dude. They from that dude that got sued for a bunch of money.
I
The guy
mean,
had it with the fucking real like shitty voice. What the hell is his name? I can't think of it. I never listened to his TV show or radio show.
oh wait, yeah, and then it turned out he was
Wars.
Logan.
well before him. Remember the one guy that I always found it ironic, and that it turned out. Remember, God, Rush Limbaugh, but then for years, like he was eating more fucking opiates, more pills than are like humanly possible. If you believe what he says, which, oh yeah, I guess in that era, he was taking like 70 to 100, 10 milligram whatevers a day. And he was on the air. If you go back, you realize, yeah, that's like somebody on a total pill head buzz talking shit for like what, and he was like the highest paid, like he was like, you know, and then Glenn Beck, he came along.
But Rush had a lot of predictions that came out to be correct.
Alex Jones.
Well, he was pretty weird, and then in
Alex
the end,
Jones,
it turned out he was just a dope head, right?
Alex Jones is the guy I was talking about. With the
Oh
crazy-
yeah, Alex Jones. He got sued and was a big whatever the fuck. But he's like,
is he the moon landing
now
guy?
he got sued for all this money, which he has, but somehow he like got transferred the money and did this whole thing where, yeah, they'll never get that money out of him, but he had it. That's what's crazy is someone like him was had billions from whatever he did.
Stern does a good parody of Alex Jones. Pretty funny.
Well, I mean, I remember when Sirius Radio started, the big story was Howard Stern. That was like a big part of the launch of Sirius. And at the time, I forget, but it was Million or whatever that they had signed Howard Stern. And there were stories like, yeah, can you believe it? They paid Howard Stern all this money to be on this Sirius, which he's still on Sirius. And
I still want to.
I think Sirius is cool as fuck. I have it. Yeah, that was a big thing at the time. Like, it was like the first type of story of like someone signing to like a thing like that,
Yeah,
and for millions of dollars.
It was like an NBA signing radio.
Yeah. But now, I mean, they give out money way bigger than that. Like,
I don't know. I never owned a car new enough to have Sirius.
well, I mean, actually, my Sirius, my friend Chris, who got murdered, like 5-6 years ago, when he was down and out, and this was like when my car was new, like it was pretty new. He was staying at my house and lived with me for about 3-4 months, and then he had a Lifetime Sirius that he had gotten at the beginning, but he didn't have a car, and he's like, dude, here, I just call him up right now, and he transferred his Lifetime into my car. Okay. Thing is, I don't know the password. I don't know any of his information to call Sirius and transfer it to another car or even use the online
let me ask
part
you
of
this.
it,
Ben, why
because
would
he
you?
got murdered.
No,
and
why
then-
would you? Why
But
would you?
I
know?
have Sirius in my car, right?
It saved
And then-
$52 a year.
Yeah.
I think it's more than 52, isn't it?
No, it's $1. They sent me a thing the other day, $1 a week.
Well, way
Okay.
back at the beginning, you could get a Lifetime for a few $100 at like the first few years. But they have a Grateful Dead channel that has good content and always has Grateful Dead commercial free.
They have a
And
good 90s channel.
all kinds of other music. They got 6-7 good jazz stations, different. They got this, they got country, they got news, they got comedy, sports. Yeah, Sirius is it
not
like
to mention it's crystal clear no matter where the hell you are.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're at the time they basically took over radio. Few times I've been in cars where like they don't have Sirius and they're just on the radio, especially in our area. It's like weird. The Mexican stations that are across the border come in crystal clear, even out in the fucking boondocks.
Yeah, but
like,
I think they're not following the same FCC regulations. They're probably pushing more watts. 'Cause I
Yeah,
get the-
whatever they do, they
get-
fucking come in good. And to
I'm
be
100
honest,
and something miles. I'm 100 and something miles inland, and I get fucking those Mexican stations.
yeah, and like, oh, there's like cheesy Mexican music, but oh, there's also like fucking pretty good Mexican music. I have no
some
idea
of
what
it,
they're
yeah.
fucking saying, but I know music.
Yeah, some of it is good.
But yeah, radio stations, yeah, and then they have so much commercial, and it's just
Sure.
like bullshit that if you've had Sirius for a long time,
Get the Taco Bell.
Sirius has a few little commercials in there. Don't think they don't. But
Yeah.
for the most part, they're commercial free. And
Look at the preview channel. Holy crap! A commercial all the time. 100 all the time.
and then over the years, they've had these takeovers where, oh, there was like pink. Like some bands have a channel, so then they only have their music on that channel. Like the Beatles have their own channel. But then there's been like, oh, they made so and so a channel for a couple weeks. There's been a few of those that were good. Prince had it. Because a lot of times they can, like on the radio, you're only going to hear the record, right? Where on Sirius, oh, they'll have like live shows, like on the Springsteen channel, they have live shows. Pearl Jam channel, they have live shows. Fizz channel, Dead show, like where it's live
Yeah.
shows. And sometimes they broadcast live at the show on the radio.
Your channel.
Oh,
Now it'd be better if Sirius was just, I don't know, like free.
how's it going to be free though? It's not government
Well,
subsidized.
Well, the radio used to be free. You
Yeah,
you know, right?
subsidized, right? I believe it was
It's
subsidized.
by the advertising. I know they like
Yeah, but
Ham radio.
because the thing is, not that many people like
Yeah.
when they have a new car, they have Sirius, but then once it runs out, like not that many people really have Sirius.
No, I had it until it expired, like you said.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they sent me a thing in the mail, and I just didn't need another monthly bill, you know.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Even that, like that, Sirius was able to basically make the rate pay for the radio model.
If it was
like,
12
can you
bucks,
imagine that if everyone had to pay $10 a month to be on YouTube? Oh, there wouldn't be that many people on YouTube.
Nope.
Even if it was $5 a month.
Actually, I pay like $4.95 for no ads.
Well,
Oh,
they
I
have
hate-
that part. I've
Yeah, I
never
pay $5.
signed up for it, but I
Yeah.
like. There's a lot of things I watch don't have it. Like, oh, there's usually not ads in cannabis content. Okay, because they're not monetized. When there's like, yeah, sometimes YouTube has like, oh, you can only watch for so long, and then they give you an ad no matter what. But 5 seconds and then you can skip it. Yeah. It's weird. I watch a lot of shows that are like on TV, and when you look at the name of the account, yeah, people like bootleg shows, like, and they're from like China or Russia or wherever, and they get a lot of views because like, oh, it's this week's episode of whatever, but like they just post it anyway. You know what I mean?
12, 13, 14 hours ahead of time. Just like Thailand.
Or yeah.
But like I said, I didn't watch TV in Thailand for 8 years because I couldn't understand a fucking word they were saying.
Yeah, but that's probably if you probably would have like maybe not learned to speak full Thai, but I mean, there's stories of that's how people learned English, right? Like they watched an American movie as a kid, like so much, right? Then they learned English. Like, you know, in Germany, like it's mandatory that you learn English when you're in school. It's not like, oh, you could choose other language. No, you have to learn English.
Well, in Thailand, they would get American movies dubbed in Japanese or Chinese, and then it would be subtitled in Thai. And Thai doesn't really have punctuations. So scrolling at the bottom of the screen is nothing but Thai characters. And there's 26 vowels in the Thai language.
This high stakes poker game, and a couple of people are Chinese. Now, most of them are American, but they speak, and then a few times, yeah, even though they're Asian and different parts of China, like if you're from the one language in China, it's not like you can understand the other language in China, right?
Same with Thailand.
Some people do, but it's not like, oh, it's just a little different slang, or like here, oh, you can't understand a Southern person is with the, okay, but now they're still speaking English. Even Robbie, who's been going to Europe a lot in the last 2 years, he's just coming home today after another 3 weeks, bopping around, selling weed basically, or rosin. He's in Germany, he's in Spain, France, in England. And then he's been in Brighton Beach and in London a couple more times this trip. And he said to me on the phone, like, yeah, well, at least over here, everyone's speaking, like it's easier for him to be out and about, get food and stuff, because, everyone speaks English, even though it's like English, British English. They got some other stuff. When he's in Spain or France or Germany, yeah, there's some people that speak English, but nah, they pretty much speak in German or Spanish or French.
Actually, moisturizer the slumper.
And then there, it's like, oh, it's a whole different. You have to, you know,
I
translate.
was the only Westerner in my village.
Yeah. And then
It
my
made it
girlfriend
great
that
for
works in
living.
Abu Dhabi management level and this like top fucking 5-star hotel chain thing. It's mandatory that you speak English if you work. So, and within the hotel, you got people imported from India, you got people imported from Philippines and different
Thank you,
places,
Governor.
right? They get like a fine if they don't speak English the whole day when they're at work.
Namaste.
To get a job in Dubai or Abu Dhabi, you have to speak English.
Holy shit.
This week they opened up. It's not. Yeah, it costs almost as much as Kelly Slater's wave pool out here in California, but it's in Abu Dhabi. It just opened, like a wave in Abu Dhabi.
Didn't they have a problem in like one of the cities where they kind of oversee the clouds and flooded again?
Well, I don't know, but yeah, they're pretty aggressive with cloud seeding there. It's like a normal thing. Like when they tell you on the weather and that it's going to be cloud seeding, they'll like tell you, and this west side of whatever is going to have rain from 4 to 5:30, and sure enough, from 4 to 5:30, like because they get no other rain this year. They've had a couple storms that 100-year deals where it rains in the desert out there.
Yeah, Chiang Rai flooded the other day. Last week, I should say.
Okay.
It floods every few years. And I mean, they literally have like 3.5, 4 foot drains, and it still pops the steel grates off the top because I walked into one.
I mean, depending, I guess money could solve anything, but no, there's certain amount of rain that you can't contain. It's
Nope.
just and once it hits like its threshold, and then even our system, which we never really get that much rain, once in a while, it can only handle so much. Like even this last year where we had all that water that took us out of the drought, it was coming down so fast and so much that our system of containing it basically was already to capacity, and they let a lot of it, most of it, run out to sea because it was coming. The melt and the rain was. But we went from like years of being in like serious drought that they would have restrictions on watering days and all this stuff. So like, oh, no drought.
And then fire ban too. Don't forget about that.
Well, in those years, I mean, there was a lot of stories and a lot of consequences to the drought. Now all of a sudden we had one good year and we're over the drought. I don't know. I think the drought will be back because people make money off of the drought. Like any weird thing like that, but nature, there's like a huge industry that's figuring out ways to make money, whether it's a storm, a hurricane, fucking any of it. Drought, too much rain.
Oh, guys, I'm gonna have to turn off. I gotta get up in the morning early.
Well, good hanging.
Later.
Everybody out in chat, have a good time. Everybody on the panel, peace out. We'll catch you maybe tomorrow.
Later, Captain.
Later, Cap.
Peace.
All right. Now, we haven't heard from Christoph in the longest time. So even though I won't understand most of it, what's he smoking on? What's the latest happening in France?
Big Force.
You look healthy.
Oh.
Muted. You're muted. I get the gist of it. All right, Christoph. Now you're not muted. Oh, now you're
Muted.
Well,
He's still muted.
Yeah. Boy.
He cannot talk right now.
Oh, he's talking to us. He's muted though.
Oh no, I'm saying he's saying he can't talk.
Well,
Now he's unmuted.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Stuff.
Oh, I think I know why. He can't talk because it's early in the morning for him there.
yeah,
And I think he might have family still sleeping.
that makes sense.
I think that's what happened before. I forget if it was on this show or if it was on his show that he was doing one time, but yeah, I remember. Big Force, Christoph.
Now, if he said all that to us in French, I probably wouldn't have ever figured that out.
True.
Like, I have a few friends speak multiple languages. I don't. But like, I realize, oh, you got to be pretty fucking smart if you know a couple languages.
True.
Like
Really?
around me, there's a lot of Mexican or Latin culture. Most of them speak in English, but most of them all speak Spanish good too.
Sí. Sí, señor. Yo quieto como tu chucha.
Time to get more stone. Nap time for me.
Uh,
Oh, long time, Gian. All right. Anyways, folks, I'm out of here too. Everyone have a
All
great
right.
night. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow. 12 o'clock Eastern Pacific, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for the safety meeting. Everyone have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, and watching. The show will continue.
Okay. Where's Green Fingers at?
I think Greenfingers went to bed a long time ago.
What? He's usually a night owl.
That's what he said, I think.
I didn't wake up till 2:30, so
Yeah, you're gonna be wired till for like sound.
2:30. I am.
but I went to sleep at 5:40, 5:40.
I
I
am.
I set 4 trays and took 150 clones or so and did the whole thing all by myself. I started at 10 and finished at 5:30. So I'm still like cleaning up the mess of it, but usually my partner and me do it together, but he's in Germany for a few months. So, oh well. And these are like the next round of moms. These like, oh, this is cheetah piss. There's 21, or 20. This one's a little smaller one, but the other 18 got set last night. These are the smallest ones. So these will, and then this Sherb Crasher, there's one slaps and 2, and Sherb Crasher, the extras. And then down here is like apples and bananas and Larry OG, Sherb Crasher. Because in this run, I took like 40% of the next run is Sherb Crasher, mainly because it's different. And like we've been growing the same for like a few years, and no one's really complaining. But the current market, you got to have different shit all the time.
Yeah.
And then on this side, these are the old moms, which have served their purpose. They're headed for the, I guess I'm going to call them. I mean, because I need to make space over here for these ones. Like if you look at these, they've been like topped like so many times to keep just, yeah, these are a few months old. Like, and same with over here. Like these are all like mainly slabs. They're like redundancy. Last night I took clones from some of the Sherb Crasher because like over here I have like 2 whole of Sherb Crasher and then 1 cheetah and then 1 slaps and apples and bananas and then the new ones, these Mule Fuel, and we got Donnie Burger back. And then yeah, it's like an emotional thing, like with these plants. I don't like calling them. I used to have my outdoor where I'd take a lot of these and just put them outside. And I used to have more friends that would be like, sure, I'll put a few in my backyard because, oh, these, you put these outside in SoCal, they're going to just turn. They're healthy plants. But yeah, if I like at a certain point, I just get the trash and cut them down and call it a day, because beyond that, these need water like every day or maybe 2. And I'm constantly having to like just keep cutting them back to keep them out of the light. Like all those in the back are just a week later, they're like at this stage, they grow fast. Like even though I set rooms, yeah, these are all too big for that. Like if you ever see, well, I'll show you. Like it is like the plants that I just set last night are 4 weeks from rooted clone. Usually we only give them like 3 weeks, but this time it's just a day or so short of 4 weeks. They're only this big, right? They've all been cleaned up. In 2 weeks, they'll be this big. like all way over the trellis, everything below the permanent cockamamie trellis. It's like 10 years this shit has been here, right? It's just bamboo stakes and PVC and wire. But it's permanent, like, yeah. Yeah, these were this size, just like this. And even though you think, wow, there's all this like blank space in the aisles, there won't be. It'll be like this. Mainly because like even these have been topped and topped. So there's a once they find their way, they'll fill the space. It's what they do. So like those other plants, yeah, we've done that a few times when we were short, and they just became unruly and fuck that. And this is a new seed. This is Pancake Wilson crossed into the Starburst 36 right from the beginning, like 9 leaves. I like it's, well, we'll see. It's, you never know. But I made the Pancake Wilson, and my friend crossed it into the Starburst 36. It's, I mean, because I had to take clones of it, it's not really, it hasn't been topped. But I gotta know, so I didn't want to wait till next month to turn it back in this room. That would have been too long. This room is coming up at 5 weeks. This is the LED section. So this is cheetah piss under LEDs at like 4.5 weeks.
Yeah, that's what I grew it under, was LED a couple years back.
Yeah, I mean,
but I didn't know. It was good. I just didn't keep it.
Oh, I love cheetah piss. It's my favorite out of. I like it's high. I mean, it's not like I can't say, oh, it tastes and smells like this or that. It doesn't smell. It smells like good weed.
The pheno I had like a lot of like lemon in it.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have. Even though the thing online says there's limonene or whatever in it, I don't know. I don't smell that in it because I don't like that.
My pheno is heavy on the limonene.
Yeah, and then this tray is I don't know. This is apples and bananas over on this tray under double-ended. Actually, this one section is 630 CMH, 2 CMHs.
Do you like them?
Yeah, because consistently the heading nubs that I keep track of come from this section right here in the middle. That's a 315, and then there's 4 1000s around it. The bud that grows under the mix of single-ended and 315 CMH consistently like the most resinous, best buds.
Yeah.
From there. So there is something to using the 315 blend, and like
it's a metal halide, right?
CMH ceramic. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. So it's like
it's going to come off a blue. It's going to.
The reality is when you really look at it, I mean, because like that light's at the same height as the 1000 watters that has 4,000. That light gets gobbled up by all the other light, but somehow there's a spectrum that gets blended into that light, even at that height, that makes the bud visibly better in that spot. For sure. Like, no question. Like, I don't test it. I don't know what to quantify it other than I know that when I harvest, which we just did last Friday, see that the Rockwool tags stay with the plant and they all get hung. But I took a Sharpie and I forget what I just put, like a star on 4 plants. The 4 plants that came off of there and the 4 off of there that are the sweet spot underneath it. Because when the trimmers, they'll keep track and then they'll go, oh yeah, that's that stuff you had the star on. And then I'll be like, yeah, I want to keep that. Double endeds are good too. Like this, like I have 4 2-ton split minis, 2 in the one room, 2 in this room. And the one, what is it? The code says that, yeah, somehow it's not communicating or some shit. Like, yeah, it's not, it's something's wrong with the split mini. We have 2 other like backups, but this one is part of the group that's on the, like how we got them up there was with a crane. And to swap out, oh, we'd have to get a crane because there's no way to, I mean, I guess you could make some kind of winch thing or tie it up and haul it up there, but that's kind of be a lot easier just with a crane or like I don't know what it's called. You can rent them for the day, like a scissor lift thing.
Boom lift.
But actually, yeah, it went up a couple degrees. But I turned the ACs down more in the other room and then put the fan to push some of the cool air from there into the other room to make up. And yeah, nothing's, it's like 83 degrees. It was up at 84 or 5 until I moved the fan and turned the ACs down in the other room. I usually try to run like 80 something anyway. Like I had the other room set at 78 on the split minis. They barely come on to keep it at 78. And then that usually around 80 or something like that. So the other room was, yeah, when the AC went out 2 days ago, it's all right. Now the other split mini is now probably working twice as hard. Because like in all those situations, that's why there's 2 2-ton for each of those spaces, because ultimately you hardly work them. Like
right back.
Some of the best way to make something last a long time, yeah, it's not like max it out. I've always been redundant like that. Like, oh, how much? Oh, that square foot says we can only need this much AC. Oh, well, let's put 2 of them in then, and 1 goes out, or vice versa. Whatever happens, you're still in the ballpark. I guess I learned that over trial and error, over having things have catastrophics.
I'll be right back. I gotta change water in a bong.
Yeah. I gotta make some more coffee. So, yeah.
Wait.
If somebody from the chat would say, yeah, let's come on and chat. All right. Oh, all right. Let me see. All right. uh, well, what did he say? Oh, he's cleaning the barn. Because I don't know what to talk about, especially if I'm just talking to myself. Holy shit. That's when it gets crazy. Oh, I wonder if I won the lottery. Let's see. Probably not. No, no one won, or at least not in California. No, never. Never even like, oh, you get your money back. Sometimes I think, yeah, this is the stupidest thing. At least I don't play scratchers ever anymore. At least they're used to like, oh, you get a ticket back, or you got like there was something happening. Sometimes you actually won $50, or one time I won $500. Uh, when I buy the numbers, no, nothing. Not even a ticket back for like years. I don't buy like multiples. I buy like one. If it's up over like 750 million, then I might buy three, $6 worth. But I never get nothing, nothing back. Like no small, nothing, not even an equal pay $2 back. No. It says not a winner. That's what it says. Because there's an app and you scan it. Sometimes I think, yeah, maybe this thing is fucked. Like one time months ago, I was like, yeah, wait, I want to. What are the numbers? Is this thing even right? Because it just always says the same thing. You're not a winner. Which I'm like, yeah, that's kind of rude. Yeah. Not only is it crazy you're still listening, but it says 35 people are listening. 35. That's a good amount of people for 11 West Coast time. It could be fucking who knows. Christoph is at, was he 9 hours ahead or something like that? He's already living in the 25th, where it's still the 24th here. Which that is kind of weird. Some people like are in a totally different day than you are.
That's trippy, man. So do you still use your DMT pen?
Yeah, I got a couple killer cartridges. Like you can, yeah, they're like one of them's like I guess they distill it further. It's super strong. But yeah, it's been months. I just haven't felt. I've been. I took some acid at Billy Strings a month or so ago, one night. Uh, but then, yeah, I go, yeah, it's not like I'm saying no. It's just, things have to be like,
The right
yeah,
atmosphere.
it has, and it might not be go to a show. It could just be an afternoon or
I get it.
whatever. I don't know when, but it's not like, I don't know when will be, but it will be.
I 100%.
And a lot of times that's like some kind of cleansing, like a mental
Absolutely.
cleansing or
Spiritual.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get it.
Even if you just listened to music or fucked off or did whatever, it doesn't always have to be this big thing, but no, it's always like a reset or something.
No, I totally get it and feel the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a couple years for me since I did the L. Last time I did some stuff, it was the stuff called Canadian Fluff. I don't know. It's fucking really good.
Well, Fluff's one of the formulations of crystal. It's the most common Fluff.
It was really good though.
Fluff is good.
But my favorite was always the gel tabs, the black ones or the amber ones.
Well, I mean, crystal's crystal. I mean, that's where it ultimately is in that form. But then whether you blotter it or make liquid, drops or gel tabs, that's what the last couple times and what I have left. I don't have that many left, but it's gel tabs. But that is the same batch that has been in our little clique probably for 3-4 years. Oh, for a while it was on paper. Now it's in the gel, but it's the same crystal at the same. And I've had a lot of different acid. Lately for these last 3 years, it's like Grateful Dead family thing. Like, oh yeah, that's what's been around the family part of the Grateful Dead scene. Is this one, whoever's batch of whatever crystal? It's clean as fuck. Like,
is it?
It definitely takes you there. It's not like so clean that you don't think you got fucking high, but it's super clean. And yeah, that's all I've taken for the last 3-4 years.
Just that old stuff, that Dr. Hoffman type stuff, stuff that used to be.
I mean, it's just chemistry. It's not the easiest chemistry, but somehow it's one of those things where there's a million variables, and that's what makes, even though it's like, oh, it is substance, XYZ, a lot of it in my mind over the years, 40, 50 years now, it's the energy of the people. Like the person that makes it, he imparts energy into it to begin with, right?
Yeah.
And like if it comes from like some weird Eastern Bloc chemist or wherever, oh yeah, no, like that's some way out shit. But made by somebody good, and even that energy all the way down the line of possession to you matters. Like that's what I think with psychedelics. That's my experience with psychedelics. Like, oh, it does matter. Like
11 guys.
How it got to you. Like whose hands it went through. The
So yeah, I definitely
the energy
Yeah.
of gets imparted
energy-
in.
the energy exchange, the vibration. Yeah, that's definitely. I definitely with you there.
Like it gets way out there, but I think weed growing is the same way, and that's from like my experience. Like I think that's some of why legal weed and metric and corporate produced weed, well, they'll never be able to quantify that, right? Because it's not like at that point it's only about money, it's not about anything else. Where somehow if you're right with the plant, your energy and all that, oh, then the weed will bless you and be like super dank and stony as fuck, right? Like that's that. It's not the recipe. Oh, all the environments matter. Don't get any of those cockeyed.
No, it's
But
kind of like
what makes the final difference of like why some people's weeds is better or has a better stone to it is energy. That's my belief.
Yeah.
All right, hardcore.
Hardcore metaphors.
We have hardcore because he will definitely.
All right. So one time I was with.
All right. I'll go back into hiding.
One time when I was a teenager, a buddy of mine had. He had like maybe it was like 2 10 strips or something like that, and we each dropped a couple hits, and then he sold like a dozen hits to people, maybe 15 hits, to just random people in town, and then all of a sudden, like everyone in town heard that he had acid. And like, this was back when we used to cruise the strip from one end of town to the other all night long. And that was all we did. And that's what there was a party. Well, then all of a sudden people started coming back like just by every fucking 5-10 minutes someone was pulling us over. And he ran out right away. Well, but people kept coming. So we were sitting at Burger King and he took his Burger King receipt and he cut it into fucking strips. And I bet he sold like, I don't know, probably like fucking like several 10 strips worth, like at $10 a pop or something like that. Like he made like, $400 or $500 or something like that off of selling paper to people. And half the people that got paper came back and wanted more.
Well, there's
Maybe
like
not half.
what do you call it?
Sure.
What do you call that when people have like psychosomatic or placebo? Yeah, the placebo. That's real. That's real as fuck.
What happened was a lot of he did have the initial 20 or 30 hits or whatever it was that he sold to people, and those people really were tripping because it was good acid. So the people that went and got the fake stuff, they're hanging out with the people that really are tripping. So they're in their heads thinking, oh, maybe I haven't, And I bet your brain does make you do, if you're trying that hard. I don't know, but I just thought it was just crazy. And but that's just the way that fucker he did shit like that all the time.
Well,
and somehow he never got his ad.
Well, but wait. Most likely, how many years ago is that?
Oh, it's just
karma is probably like come to roost. That's usually the case.
Well, yeah, I think that guy he went to prison and found God or something like that. And
yeah,
he like became some stupid shit.
Yeah, well, the founding God part, and then that's when they can be absolved of the sin. It's a convenient part of the story.
Yeah, I think just so he can get accepted by everyone again.
What they call that confession. Yeah, just confess, and then everything's okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's what made me wonder when I grew up Catholic was like, you mean I can just do anything I want, and then as long as I say I'm sorry at the end, well, I'm good.
And Hail Marys and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I just have to tell my fake acid story.
Well, I'm glad you're here. What else is going on in Minnesota?
Not a whole lot. Starting to get be that time of the year where it's gonna fucking start sucking again. I hate winter. I got one more flea market day on Saturday to do. See if I can't fucking
I
Well,
love winter.
usually the last.
the
It was
one
100
thing,
here today.
yeah, I mean, we don't have like debilitating weather, but that
No, it's
means
still like
during these months when you've had the good weather, then everybody's more like making the best of that time where I live here in Southern Cal. Yeah, it's just one monotonous same. Like even if it is a little rainy, it's like not the end of the world. Like it's all average. You know, we never like messed
I
up
can't.
by
There's
fucking
got to be
frozen.
some correlation to like.
Yeah. Well, I kind of miss
I bet
seasons.
there's got to be a higher
We
suicide
don't
number
really
sooner than
have that much of a pronounced season as we used to. But when I see or know like, oh, a lot of other places people live have like definite like seasons.
yeah, it gets 40 below here Fahrenheit.
Yeah, that ain't like that's to me like even below or fucking 30, 20 something. Fuck,
You
dude.
know when it gets,
I'm
I
not
mean,
built for that shit. Like, even when I've gone, it's been some years and had the right gloves and shit, I was fucking frozen, dude. Like the few
I mean
times
when
I've
it,
gone snowboarding or skiing, yeah, it's fun. I dig it, but like I don't dig the cold enough to dig it.
yeah, no, there's times of the year where you can't have exposed skin outside or you will freeze your face off. Fucking
Yeah, that's
stupid.
rough.
But I mean, it's still right now. It's great. I mean, it's like 77. Like I think today maybe. I think it's getting down
But
like the
so
50
wait,
something tonight. But
we're headed into October. Yeah, all right. So like mid to late October is when it starts to become uh cold and snowy and
yeah,
all that shit.
we usually get our first snow in late October or sometime in November. But I mean, we've had it lately. There's been years like I think I don't know, it was last year or the year before. We didn't have snow until Christmas even. Or
Yeah,
like
I
it'll
remember
maybe
that.
snow like a couple inches and then it'll all melt away that
Well, the
in that
one
day.
thing I know about farming is a lot of what we base our farming on before factory farm and all this other stuff was like the weather and that in this particular place, the first rain or that happened here, and this is why you planted then and there and there. All everything was like very. That's what
Oh
Farmer's
yeah.
Almanac
Oh, no,
basically
that's right.
tracked all that data, and and
I have
what
several friends
everything
that
was based on was that the seasons and the weather to get the best and the most success. And now
I've got
today, what you see is in most places, oh, there's always even back in Farmer's Almanac data, there was some outlier weather years through the thing, but now today, almost every year is like a whole new like it's not everything's different all the time.
yeah,
Like
it's fluctuating.
climate
You never know what's
change,
gonna happen.
like or something like we've something's like a little out of whack in all that.
Oh yeah.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just nature itself, but no, somehow I think that man's produce pollution and demand on the resources of the earth in all ways has contributed to some of whatever's happening. I don't know.
Yeah,
Hey, ultimately, it
we're
doesn't
definitely speeding up the
matter.
process at least.
You have to adapt to what it is, and it is what it is. Now, considering it costs so much money even to build a road or do anything, I can't imagine that we'll ever have enough money to actually do anything about climate.
I also think too, money is the problem. I think, part of the problem.
And in my lifetime, I
We've got a long
remember that they used to have these
hundreds of
stories
thousands of years before money was
that told you that, oh, this or that was going to happen in 50 years from now or 20 years from now. And a lot of those have been like revised to say, oh, yeah, it wasn't 50 years. It was only like 20 some. And in my lifetime, a lot of those were already in that time. And technically, those things are happening, right?
Well, the one big thing is that Ray Kurzweil predicted that singularity will be coming in 2025 or or no.
Well, I
Sure,
also
no, I don't
think
know.
that the Earth, and I think some of the history that's
Remember
available about
2029?
the Earth's history, the Earth could shake us off in a matter of seconds. Like, yeah, everything we think we are, whether it be a weather event, this event, bad event, fucking,
Yeah.
Life has been wiped off the Earth before.
A solar
right?
flare.
Yeah. So, yeah, whatever. Earth could shake us off in a second if it wanted to, or if it
Yeah.
came to that. Like most likely, the Earth has its own survival mechanisms in place, I think. And when push comes to shove, it'll say, "Yeah, get the fucking out of here."
Well,
Shake
eventually,
us
our
off and recover,
star
and
is
then
gonna.
in another million years, some other humans will come and do it again.
Well, eventually, we're gonna merge with like the other solar or the other galaxy.
I don't think that why would they even want to mess with us? We're a mess, right? It's like a species. Like if there's some like UFO that or whatever you call them these days that is more advanced, much more advanced.
UAP.
I'm not sure they would probably like look at us and go, "Yeah, those people are diseased. they're like broken. Are they? What are we?"
The more I think, the more I dwell on it, the more I think that it's us from the future or whatever is the aliens that we see, or something along that line. Like time. I don't know.
I think they might have possibly came here before and helped us when we were like coming out of caveman era, right?
You've been watching Ancient Aliens too much.
And then basically see that we're flawed. What's our flaw? Like human nature has a couple flaws, but right. And now it's whatever hundreds, thousand years later, and that's why we don't see them as much or any of that because like they're like, yeah, even if there was anything that like entered our, we would think of it as adversarial. We would go check it out with like an F-35 with a fucking missile on it. We would, yeah, just like we wouldn't
They've
be
got
like,
stories.
oh, hi, oh, we're friendly, we come in peace. No, we would come with the guns blazing, dude, which would probably be the dumbest thing we could ever do, right?
Well,
I
I
don't
want to say
think
that.
our government would have the restraint to not like.
No, I think that. Like, have you ever heard that of Lou Elizondo or whatever? He was like the leader of ATIP or something like that. He was like the leader of like the government agency that watched UFOs basically. And I was just watching an interview with him, and he was saying something like, be, because that the military was noticing that they would see this kind of like Captain was talking earlier, how he said it seems like there's a lot more activity going on in the sky over there. This Lou guy was saying that like over these certain, marine bases or whatever, or ships or whatever, there seemed to be more active shit somewhere. So like at one point they tried to lure them in with like a whole bunch of atom bombs or something like that to see if they could get the aliens to come in and like try to catch them like a trap. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. There's this. No matter what, there's life elsewhere as far as like the numbers are concerned. There's no. I mean,
Well, I'll buy that, but elsewhere is like when you start talking about light years,
Yeah,
and then
infinity.
like, all right, for sure, but
But once we advance our science and like
and
yeah,
even
we didn't
the
know there was other
prospect
planets around other solar
of
systems until the
of
90s.
our longevity with our the way it isn't that long, like like we
Well,
think we're going to
we
be
went
here.
from
You think this humans are going to be on this planet for a light year?
well, light years is a distance, not not
I think we'll blow ourselves up way sooner than that.
a light year is a distance, not a time.
Well, all right, but it must go to a time, right? All right,
Well, a
like a
light year
huge
happens.
amount of time. Like, let's say,
Actually, a light year
10,
is only is
you think
here.
humans in the current pace we living is going to be here in 10,000 years?
Um, well, we'll be so changed by then, it won't be even fathomable. We'll be like
Or
computers.
maybe all that will just end up zapping ourselves out. Like the earth will
Or
just
yeah,
shake us the fuck off.
we could be back to caveman times, learning cuneiform again or something.
Choose. Good evening.
Now, a
Doc.
1,000 years, I think we're gambling on that. I don't, that'd be,
I think in 50 years we're going to be so vastly different than what we are today that it will be like us
yeah,
looking
but
back at the
like
cavemen.
how? Like what? We're still
Just
got to
all the
eat,
advancements,
piss, shit, consume.
Cyborg,
The
like
economy's based
they say
on
that.
consumption.
cyborgs. We'll be like
Yeah, yeah,
cyborg.
yeah. Ray
So
Kurzweil said that the first person to live 300 years could already be alive today, and
Okay.
that's
All right.
totally be, you
So
know.
when you're talking about this other thing where they say there's a 1% of people that are rich, and then within that there's a tenth of 1%. There's like one, right? That are rich enough to do any of those things. Those will be the only people that do those things.
Well, there's the whole movement though for
Like,
open source. I mean, the open
oh,
AI
okay.
used to be, and
Yeah.
it depends on if the people take the pot, you know, who makes it to that, who makes it to the end first. I'm hoping it's what fucking what's his name? Uh,
Well, okay, but nothing's gonna stop that the rich keep getting richer, right?
well, that could
So,
be the thing though. Money could be
like,
up and not a thing like
well,
20
okay,
years
how
from now.
the money could not be a thing in 20 years. I don't know.
When it becomes,
That
because
would
we
be great. That would be great because what there's a lot of sayings about money, but like everything is based on that. Everything.
yeah, I don't, we there's this, it's everything's gonna be so vastly different that we can't even, I can't, I mean,
Well,
no one can comprehend what, but
like I've lived 62 years and it's not vastly different.
like the
It's
air
changed
quote,
a lot, but it's not vastly different.
like this, the second Neuralink patient or whatever, or what they say is a second Neuralink patient. I don't buy that for one fucking second. The guy can play like first person shooter games with his mind, and he's like gets like 100% accuracy on all his shots.
Okay. All right.
This from
So
thinking about
who's going to
playing,
be
like
able to afford to have a Neuralink?
you
Everybody?
you can't afford not to when it once it
Wait, we
becomes.
talked about earlier, like half the world doesn't even use uh, toilet paper.
Yeah, but 90% of the world has a cell phone.
Yeah, well, that's is
That
kind of an
number
amazing
that number's wrong.
accomplishment of business that they were able to do that.
No, I mean after the first couple of generations, the Neuralink's gonna be as cheap as your fucking
Well,
$100
all
phone. You know,
right.
it's yeah, shit's gonna change. It
They
all
just
just
ain't giving that shit away, dude. Somehow you're gonna have to
it's
pay a
like
monthly, and then you have to pay, and you have to pay, and you have to pay.
and like Flora was saying earlier, you know, like there's no the shit that they have already. We're 10 years behind on that. You know, there's no way that they're telling us what the cutting edge is. You know, it's this crazy.
Well, I
Like,
see all that.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
I'm luckily, I feel I'm lucky enough that I'm at this age where I'm like, yeah, that's great, but like
You could possibly still live for
I'm not
200 years.
I'm not thinking so. I wish I would have when I was 15 thought that this was a reality, maybe. I might have lived different, but oh no, I'm old. I'm sore half the time. Uh my shoulder's fucked up, my knee hurts sometimes, yeah. Like the what are you gonna do about that part?
50 years ago, you died because if you got fucking paper cut down here. I mean,
Well, I gotta be honest, like mainly because my grandparents died in their mid 60s. And my dad died in his 60s too. Um, most of my life, like as I partied my ass off, I really thought, oh, I couldn't even believe I made it to 30. But all right, as the years trekked on, and like I've said this before, and I feel like the goalpost has gotten moved in the last 10 years of my life. Because when I was 50, I was like, all right, 50 doing. Now I'm 60 and 62. Yeah, now I'm expected to live to like I'm 80 or 90, right? Because that's many people do. I'm like, oh fuck, I would have done things different because I thought
I'm
I just
hoping,
was trying to get into my 60s, or
I'm hoping to live.
mainly I didn't think I was even going to get through half of that shit. I did, right? Like half of that was like shit. Half the people I did that shit with died of it. Somehow I survived it. But
I'm
yeah,
kind of
like
banking
now
on
I'm
making.
expected to even live longer.
I'm hoping to live to be 200, then maybe I can find a girlfriend.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this week is the week. Well, we kind of don't know exactly. Well, we sort of know what day in the trial. It's like it's way before the end of this month. Somewhere in these next couple days was when my wife was murdered 5 years ago. Where I thought at first I was like, when I thought about how many years it was a few days back, I thought it was way longer than 5 years. But then, oh no, it happened in 2019, or yeah,
My
5 years
condolences.
ago. It seems like I don't know. It's been a long, hard 5 years.
You should get a bunch of milkweed and plant it out back.
Well, one
Don't
day I plan on like getting back into like because even though it was mainly our thing, I bred monarchs for years and know of the whole community that exists around it and the business of it. And yeah, I believe in the monarch butterfly and that it needs help. To
I
say
just
the
found my lighter in my front pocket after searching for it for like 20 minutes.
oh, that's the first place I look.
Well, it was in my front shirt pocket, and I usually don't have it.
Oh no,
But
my front pants pocket.
I was gonna light up this bowl.
Yeah, I've come to realize like after like my whole life, lighters came and went. I never was like they just came and went. Mainly big lighters. In the last couple years, I like my life is in this weird change, lot slower pace and less all kinds of stuff happening. I have this like weird obsession where I try to use like a lighter from the beginning when it's new until it finally doesn't light anymore. And then I'm
Yeah,
like, oh, and like, oh, I have a couple. Like, I know this purple one. This is the next one that's, yeah, it's got to be getting close. but it's like 3-4 months. And for a while, it was my main lighter. Now I pulled out another one that's newer because even the few times I like to buy the Bics, like in the 5-pack where they give you an extra one or whatever at Walmart. I hate to have to pay like $2 something or whatever, because one time I was fucking out and about, and yeah, the lighter died on me. I had to buy one for like $2 something when I had like plenty. So now I like, when one is expected to be going out, I pull out another one.
When I was at the gas station like a month ago, all they had was these little miniature Bics, but it was too
I
small
hate
for me to
those.
get my bear paws on it to light it. So I had to tape it to a dead lighter.
Yeah, no, I hate those ones.
And it's lasted me for like a month. I don't know how the fuck it's still alive.
Well, I'm amazed. Like, I smoke cigarettes and light joints. That's why I have a lighter. They last a long time. Now all the years of having fucking thousands of lighters go through my hands, I never like used one, and then finally it died, and then I threw it out. I was trying to explain. I have this like weird thing where, and yeah, because I don't have like it used to be. Oh, so and so left with your lighter. I don't
I used to
have
always
that kind
take
of life anymore. So like, oh, it's easy for me to keep a lighter. I don't lose the lighter, right?
later.
Yeah,
I used to
I
always take a
realized like I like to use a lighter till it finally dies, which most people, we all use big lighters. Yeah, most of the time it comes and goes. You hardly ever keep the same lighter from the time it new till it dies.
you got to get one of those retractable lighter.
Yeah, nah. I have some of those. Friends of mine have like, oh, it has a steal your face on it, and it has like a string thing. They're kind of cool.
I used to always take a razor blade and cut 3 little notches in the bottom of my lighter, like on the side, because it would turn white when a big lighter, because there's like a little white background behind whatever color it is. And then I would always, someone I'd be like, "Who's got my red lighter?" And everyone would pull out a red lighter and see like, "Who's got the red lighter with the 3 notches on the bottom?" And then the one person would be like, "Ah, fuck, it got me." Did I just freeze up, or did you guys freeze up?
No, I'm just listening.
Oh.
So, last week at the what do you call it? This
Flea market?
flea market. Did you do
Yep,
pretty good? Get anything or sell stuff or what?
I did okay. Um, but it's not like the biggest venue. I mean, like I guess prior to September, it was a lot more happening. But I kind of picked the wrong places to go the first because I don't do this like I haven't done this for long. I mean, my first one I did was just a couple months ago. But I mean, I kind of did a couple garage sales prior to that, and that was just kind of helped me to figure out how to get things set up and whatnot. Because I just realized, I mean, I got luckily when I was making good money, I bought a lot of pottery, bought a lot of shit I can resell or whatever. Because right now I don't have shit for money. But I mean, I don't know, last week my first sale was a $400 sale to one person because
Well,
she was starting a store and she bought, I don't know, like 20 pots for me or something like that.
and you
Probably less than
bought the
that.
stuff at a good rate. So,
Well,
yeah,
that's the thing.
that's a smart
Everything that,
thing to do.
and not only that, I get it at an extremely good rate because like I usually don't pay more than $10 for something at the thrift store. And the majority of the things I have are like that one lady, I maybe sold her 10 things for $400, and maybe 12. And I probably only paid $40 for everything, like fucking, I don't know. But at the same time, once I buy something, I realize what it's worth. And like just today, I picked up for $12. I got this picture right here. I got a cracked screen, so it's my fucking phone sucks right now. But I actually got a new phone sitting in my mailbox, but I just haven't turned it on yet. But it was a $12 picture. It's worth $400. I mean, but that's on like a good day on eBay. But I mean, I'll sell it
Well,
to someone at the flea market for
we
$50, and they'll
didn't
get all the deal.
resell stuff, but the whole 20 years I was married to Sabrina, that was her hobby or her, like, yeah, thrift stores. And oh, I don't know how much she would spend so much time going fucking every week, this one, that one, da, da, da. But
Oh
she
yeah,
used to
today
store that was like
I
her
don't know.
little thing. Like even though at a certain point we had so much stuff, fuck, what are we doing with all this stuff? She would always like be like, oh, it's vintage, it's fucking antique, and uh yeah,
Yeah, the
that was
resale
like
value.
her, and she would only spend like next to nothing.
Yep, same here. And like the thing is it's just it's kind of like my excuse to be just the hoard, basically. Because every time I buy something, it's like, well, this is worth way more than that. I'll make my money back on it someday. But really, it's just like, well, that's just my excuse for getting to buy myself shit. I guess I don't know. But
Yeah.
it gets to be an addiction too, when like especially in this state where there's so many famous potters, there's so much famous things, or I don't know. But there's been a
Well,
few things where I've scored like paid $30 for a vase that was a Frederick Carlton Ball vase. I got $2,800 for it, like a couple weeks later. And it's little things like or scores like that. They don't come along all the time, but I'm always on the lookout.
well, there's a lot of whatever different things you can get into.
And
Like
I've learned a
that's
lot
been
too. Like,
around a long time. People have been collecting and
oh yeah, it's kind of
valuing
cool.
and
There's a whole flea market scene out there, that or pickers type scene, and it's underground thing where a lot of the people that have like permanent, like they want to give me a permanent spot at this one, but like a lot of the permanent vendors, they're kind of cool people. It's you kind of figure out, oh, that guy collects stuff with chickens on it, or that guy really likes his whatever the fuck, it's like I don't know, it's kind of cool. But not only that, but like I've become kind of an encyclopedia about all this different pottery that I have because I'm really obsessive about identifying things once I have them. Because once you get an ID with it, then you can connect them, a number with it. Because sometimes you wouldn't be able to tell a $5 pot from a $500 pot if you didn't know who made it. But like, and the other cool thing is just talking to people. Like I get, fucking, it's fun to show my shit out, kind of show my
well,
collection out to people that like-minded.
you seem to be pretty fucking knowledgeable about this stuff, like deep
I don't know.
into it.
I don't know. Not only that, but like it's cool to see people, loving the shit. Fucking, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I'm selling a
Now,
smile here too.
do you ever find pots appropriate that you could grow in them, and you grow in some of these cool, like handmade things?
Not really, just because you gotta have drainage. I mean, sometimes like I'll like start seedlings in them or something like that. For like up to like solo cup size, where you just kind of got to keep watering it, and you're not too worried about it's gonna dry out before it's gonna get root rot.
Yeah, well, like if it was a made to actually put a plant in, it would have drainage. That's what makes it a
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I like fabric pots. I use fucking like dollar store fucking fabric grocery bags, or I've got a bunch of big like canvas ones too that are like 30 gallons ones or whatever, or however big you want them. You can fill a bag up as big as you want it, and they're kind of, I don't know. But yeah, I don't- and I got some like oddity stuff too that's always fun to fucking show people. Like I've got a drinking bell it's just a fucking It looks like a regular bell with a handle on it, but it's for drinking. Where you once you fill it up, you can't set it down. You gotta just drink it.
Yeah, well,
I
I
think it's
guess
kind of
that's
funny.
a certain type of drinker.
I've got just a bunch of specialty items that are like I've got a bunch of things called apple bakers, which is basically like a bowl with a fucking like a little finger sticking up in the middle of it, where you core an apple and you stick it on there and you can put it in the oven. Those are kind of popular. Or they've got like beer chicken bakers that like you can you pour beer in it and fucking put a chicken on it, put it in the oven. I'll see. I got a
Now,
couple pictures of my setup here. I think.
ceramics, unless it's we have to do it a certain way for then you can like use it as a in the oven for it doesn't crack or something.
Most ceramics that I have, I mean, most ceramics in general are oven proof, and they're weatherproof. You can bring them outside, and you just got to wash it. I mean, there are glazes, I suppose, that people have used that aren't safe, but for the most part, if you're buying a pot, a casserole or a fucking a bean pot or something, it's going to be made for the oven. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to. I guess I don't. I don't want to say go ahead and put everything in the everything is safe, but I've done a lot of cooking with the shit. That's for sure.
Hmm.
I don't know. Like just the other day, I bought for $5. I bought a little a sake set, which is like just a little like a 6 inch tall bottle, fucking, and then like four little shot glasses basically. I bought it for $5 from another vendor that didn't know what they had. Posted it on a Japanese identification site, and I found out that it's worth like $400. Granted, I'm never gonna make $400 off it, but I could sell it to some. I don't know. Fucking weird. I don't know. Here's some of just my lidded pots. Get $50 a piece for almost all of these. The little ones maybe 20, but most of them have a story too. Like it's fun learning the fucking people that make all the shit. I don't know.
I follow this guy. He's a comedian, basically. His name's Matt Lyons, and he's this guy that like just does this stick where like the one like I realized I watched so many of them that I could just laugh over the title where I see what he's doing. I can only imagine what he's saying about this particular thing. Like one he did recently was like about San Diegans. Sometimes it's places or things. The one he's doing here is like people who wear their keys on their belt buckle out. And so he's like, or sometimes it's like people that run marathons or people are and he does this stick. He's pretty funny. Like I've watched him for a while and so he has like thousands of these things. He makes them like every day or something. And he's still funny. Like he'll still find things about people that rock climb or he'll like go through the spiel. People that live in Boulder, Colorado, places and things that people do, and he makes fun of them, but in a funny ass way. Yeah.
What have I been? I've been watching Kill Tony lately a lot, I guess.
Yeah, I watched him a
Waiting.
few times. I don't.
It's kind of slowing down. I don't know. Or like it kind of pissed me off this last show they had. Like they have what's his name that does the fake doctor, the Dr. Phil, fake Dr. Phil, Adam Ray. You ever seen him before?
No.
He's a comedian that does he dresses up in like a bodysuit or whatever, and face mask, and he looks just like Dr. Phil, but he plays like a really dirty version of him and shit, and it's hilarious.
Okay, that might be funny once or twice, but if that's your main stick,
Yeah,
that's the
that
thing
might.
about comedians, right? Like,
Yeah, they
and
do get.
not,
Yeah,
some it's comedy, some people's comedy is can get stale real. Like, oh, I imagine how hard it is to keep coming up with stuff for a whole career. Holy shit.
oh, and
That's
fuck,
probably
like
the hardest game
like
part
like
about
George
it.
Carlin, he's got hours and hours and hours of audiobooks even, or not
Yeah, well,
books.
and sometimes I'll see clips from him, and yeah, to this day, he's still like on point. And a lot of comedy, even if it might have been good at the time. There's different comedies. Some comedies dated, like some people's is timeless, right? That's a hard part of it too. Some of the best stuff is like dated, where yeah, well, unless you understood what the time, then that you lose half the joke, right?
Here's my vase that I got for fucking. I mean, I brag about this dumb thing too much, but it was
Well,
last
that
fall.
thing's cool.
I got it. It was, and it's like I don't know, like almost 3 feet tall, like 3 feet wide almost. It's pretty big. And I just happened to see it at the antique store in town here, and like, well, that thing's look a little bit. That
All right.
looks a little bit
So
odd.
all
So I
this
took a
shit's
picture of it.
fragile. Over your
Oh
career,
yeah.
I mean, have as you oops and fuck, you broke something that was worth a bunch of money, and then now it's
I have
worthless.
I've broken so many pots.
I
Like
imagine.
this right here. Yeah, that's the one I sold for 2,800. And I think the guy that I sold it to sold it for like probably 10 grand.
But like I
Yeah.
could see, is that all connected? So it's one piece.
Yep. This bowl right here got a
Now
cool ass.
that had to have been like, yeah, you had to carry it a certain way, or anything could bang into it, or any number of things can happen, and oh fuck, it broke.
This plate right here, you can't really even see my fix on it, but this was one of my favorite
Oh,
bowls
I
for the
see
longest
it now.
time. But it's probably like, I mean, this is if I knew the maker, this could be up to like a $400 bowl. It's probably, I'm guessing that if I were to go buy it from the potter, if he was still alive, they would charge $50 for it roughly, maybe more than that.
Doesn't look like it holds much.
It's not that big. Well, it's a little bit bigger than
Oh, I see.
it's like
The
9 inches wide
perspective.
probably.
I
It's
see
not
now.
that deep, but no, this is one of my I just broke this one this last week. But no, I break a lot. But at the same time, I break almost nothing when you look and see how much I actually have.
Well, I
Because like,
saw, yeah. Well,
well, that was just one table. If I were to like, I've got probably a dozen pictures of that much. I mean, say if there was 50 pots on that table, I probably have
so most
600
likely
pieces
you
of
don't
pottery.
live in a place that there's an earthquake threat.
Nope.
See, like if you lived here, even though it's been a lot of years,
If there was an
oh,
earthquake though, the
like
way
you
that I
better like if you have valuable stuff, you better think twice. It better withstand the earthquake.
even if there was an earthquake, I pack my boxes so good that I wouldn't be concerned too much. Because like the place that I've been vending at for the past 2 weeks, it's 100 miles away from here. So um like the first time I went, I actually packed everything up and brought it back home with me. But the trailer that I'm using isn't that big of a trailer. It's only like a fucking 12 by 8 or something like that. And I've probably got like, I don't know, 2 dozen, no, maybe 3 dozen fucking 30-gallon totes that I like. They're all different sizes and shit that I have to like Tetris onto my trailer. Then I got like an old cabinet that I bring with you. But like, I don't know. I've gotten pretty damn good at packing the shit. And like I do different degrees worth of packing too. Like for instance, all my shit right now is just sitting, it's out at the flea market still. But there's people that live on site, like vendors that because there's like a lot of them uh sell out of like these little cabins that they make and shit. And they're kind of like they're the full I don't know what But in any case, I'm not concerned, you know, all my shit's like under a tarp and everything, but I didn't just leave everything set up because then it would get doing everything on it every morning. But no, that then it'd be easy for people to just walk up and steal it. But like for just like the end of last week or like Saturday night last week, fucking, I just took everything and I would just kind of lightly put them in my totes and not really use that much newspaper or anything, just because they're not getting moved. You know, they're just getting kind of stored for a little while, and it kind of blew my mind because this is the first time I've done that, and I only used a third of the totes that I had with. It's like that's how much newspaper I use, fucking, and that's just to like, and I don't go overboard when transporting. Like what I'll do is I'll I'm lucky because I live right next door to a fucking to the newspaper, and they constantly like every week they throw away like 20 bundles of newspapers, you know, and they don't actually throw them anywhere. They set them aside of the garbage can because they know that I'm just gonna come grab them. But like I'll throw like 3 pages worth or 4 pages in there, and then I just set whatever however many pots I can set in there without having them touch each other, and then I just like lasagna the shit on top of there instead of like wrapping each individual piece. But I don't know. I ship a lot of things too, and when I ship them, then I go overboard. So the fuckers are bomb proof. And if it's like a high end thing, I'll even make a person fucking videotape themselves unboxing it. Because like, pretty sure I've been scammed by some lamp guys where like they might have had a lamp, you know, that I was selling, but broke theirs, and then had me, you know, bought mine, and then when I got there because the guy he showed me pictures of the broken lamp that I sent him supposedly. But I have a feeling that he had that lamp already and he just happened to break it and fucking did a little quick switcheroo and got a free lamp out of the deal.
Well, that's a lot of work for a free lamp.
Well, no, he for him it was nothing. He just had to fucking take a fresh lamp out of a box and throw some scraps in there from his broken one. And he made $200.
Yeah, I guess people are capable of scams.
Yeah. But I mean, it's a smart scam to, you know, people you could do that all day long on like eBay and shit. And a lot of the sellers wouldn't think twice about it. They'd think, oh, I just gotta step up my packing game. But I was fortunate enough for that to happen, even if it was really my fault. Because now I mean, I always get all my responses are always that my shit was bomb proof. Like I'll literally drop my boxes on the ground or like once it's packed, I'll just toss it, you know, fucking on the concrete floor, you know, just to get it out of my way. And I don't want to think twice about it because I know the way that UPS treats their boxes. I mean, they don't they expect you to have the shit packed straight.
Pretty much.
But you follow just a few key rules and it's simple. I mean, when you bubble wrap, the bubbles face inward towards the item. That's one small tip that goes a long way. And then like double boxing
That
things.
makes sense now that I think about that, but I don't know if I've always.
Well, I kind of I want to say that I used to always do it backwards. I used to always think the bubbles would go out because to me it seemed like that was like a cushion, you know, like would cushion it. Like if I were in a fucking had a bubble suit on, I don't know. But it's the bubbles go in, you know, but and then the different size bubbles for different types of items. But I use a lot of newspaper too, like fucking or like I do double boxing where all and I also Frankenstein on my boxes. Like I'll take boxes and cut them down to size and just use a lot of packing tape. But like I don't know, I'll have an inner box and then an outer box with a bunch of newspaper, styrofoam or whatever in between, just for an extra layer of security. And I'll take boxes and just cut the corners out of them to just reinforce my corners too, so my corners don't crumple in.
I've come to like, I can't stand that popcorn shit. Fuck
No, I
that
hate it
shit.
too. Styrofoam stuff.
Yeah.
You know, that's the herpes of
Those
the
tough
packaging.
things, and some of them they're like made shitty and they start falling apart.
Now, if
Fucking
they were
somehow
edible,
they, or if they were like more biodegradable, holy shit, those things are terrible.
they do make them, but they're way more expensive. Like
Yeah.
a pro tip is if you want a bunch of bubble wrap, you can go to the USPS.com and they will send you pallets worth of shit for free. You just go on their
Yeah,
website,
I
you
know.
say supplies, and they will sell you bubble wrap for an arm and a leg, like rolls of
But
it.
you realize, like,
For
okay,
free, you can get
on Priority Mail, which is a big part of their business, in the last couple of years, they've raised the rates multiple
not only that,
times, right?
but you
That's
can't
to pay for all that free shit that you get. Nothing's free. Okay. Like,
well, like and I went and ordered a shit ton of boxes recently because I wanted to get my it's a lot easier to have my collection all in different.
well,
I mean,
when you go online, then you find out, oh, wow, they'll send you, there's like 20 other size boxes.
Yeah,
You go to the
they'll send
post
you.
office, they just have like the 4 or 5 different sizes.
Yep. No, they've got a bunch of sizes, and then
I got to be honest, I've used those boxes for so many things. When I used to clean out
technically
my
it's illegal to, though.
fireplace ashes for years, the large Priority Mailbox was just the perfect size where I'd shovel in the ashes, then I'd tape it shut, put it outside in the trash. Like I must have used a postal box
Allegedly,
hundreds of times. Yeah, hundreds of
technically
times
it's
beyond
illegal to use
other
it.
things. Like I had my little collection of them, and I'd use them, to mail things. But I also used them for like so many things.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
it's
going
technically
somewhere.
illegal to use them for
Let me
anything.
throw a
other than
bunch of shit
postal.
in a box. Okay, let's start a box. Boom, and I'd use that box. I know, but
And you
I
can
also
order.
know that's all priced in. Like if you like looked at it and said, "Oh, why did this go up to $10.60 for the
And the
small box?"
priority mail is
Oh,
kind of a scam too.
60 cents of every sale goes to the box. And oh, we know that half our boxes get used for other shit. That's built into the price too.
And there are certain websites that you can go on where, like, I forget what I can't think of one off the top of my head, but that they give you like discounted rates for selling shit a lot. But like you can get unlimited like padded envelope, which is basically big envelope with bubble wrap in it, and there's free bubble wrap, and you can literally order like 99 boxes of now 9 or 25 or whatever. Like they'll send you like pallets of this shit for free, like literally. I mean, a lot. And technically I think I had to pay 19 cents for like what must have been 2 pallets worth of boxes. And then if someone fucking stole them from me, motherfuckers.
I actually think I have good feelings about the post office. They've been good to me.
Yeah, they don't lose a lot of things. And then not only that, but they need the government needs a warrant to search any post office or any USPS package. Whereas
way back in the 80s when I worked for BT, the acid distributor guy, like it was the way, like when I started working for him, it was like this was the way it was done. So our sheets were, when we made them, were 200. They were like rectangle, and 5,000 would be like a inch or whatever stack. He would go and buy like 100 self-addressed, stamped envelopes, number 10, right? And whenever we would be done and we'd pack them up, we'd put 5,000 would be what the envelope could hold, and we would have a fake address. Usually, one of the addresses, like not necessarily on Haight or Ashbury, but somewhere from that area, because that's the address. It's like he knew off the top of his head, right? And we'd
Mhm.
put address and return address. And if I carried those to New York or I went on tour, we kept them just like that. Because now I don't know how true it was. This was just something we did and it never really became anything. But he believed or knew or said that, yeah, if let's say you get caught in some local police with this envelope and they open it up, you'll be able to beat the case on legal search and seizure because they have to have a postal warrant to
Yep,
open
yeah.
up
So they can't
mail,
get
right?
federal.
And so
Yep.
by having all of our shit in these envelopes for fucking like millions of hits at 5,000 in each envelope, because that's where you could lick it and shut it. It could hold that many. Yeah, that was all the reason that's how it was that was all in precaution of that what you're talking about.
But I do want to caution against using fake addresses because that's one of the because they've got a list of so many red flags where that make them consider a package suspicious, and the fake names and fake addresses are one of the top things. I
Well,
mean,
one
because
thing would be
the
like
computer,
a fake address that doesn't exist. That's a
yeah, exactly. That's the worst
okay.
because
Well, at least
they're
make it an address.
yeah, because their computers will scan and see that that's if it's a non-existent address, that's an automatic red flag, and it could they could even get a warrant for that probably. I would imagine, but
Yeah, I mean, bottom line, if they're
but
trying to look into
if you need an
you and
address,
get
like
a
say,
warrant,
say,
you're already fucked up and that
yeah,
you're done. You know?
say I wanted to send you some cauliflower in the mail, and I didn't want anyone to know about it, and I needed my return address. I would just you can go like on what's the sex offender searching thing, fucking uh Amy's law or Megan's law, is that what it is? Megan's something? I can't remember. But you can go search like your local sex offender registry and you'll get an address in your town of someone that, hey, if it gets back to them, fucking oh well. You don't want to do it to your neighbors and get your neighbors fucking in trouble for, no reason. And then your neighbor might suspect it was you that had something to do with it anyway. It's like fucking distance yourself from it and at least pick a real address for one. Um,
Or the best thing to do is just not fuck around.
yeah. Well, I mean, like, there's way. I mean, there's doing Fed time has really good video that like breaks down like OPSEC is what is operational security, where there's ways that like I don't know why I even bother fucking with the black market on the street these days for anything because I know for a fact it's so much easier and so much safer to do it on the dark web that it's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just got wet feet or cold feet.
Well,
Because I know once I do dive in, I'm gonna
yeah.
be way too in over my head. But I know, like, I got allegedly know people that fucking have the keys to the kingdom, and it's like, God, that's just too easy. And I've known about it for fucking 20 years too. It's fucking weird. It's everything out there at the reach of your fingertips. Just as long as you're smart about how you do things, yeah, it's fucking.
Well, that's a good world, I guess. I mean, I've learned the best way to stay out of like I don't know where to get anything and I'm not looking to. So but I remember years when I was like active dope fiend. Fuck, I knew like even if I was in a foreign place, I knew where to find shit. Like it was weird. Like today I wouldn't know where to find it.
Yeah, I
And
couldn't get you.
oh, I know. I fucking yeah. It's probably over here, there. Fucking shit's going on. Uh,
Well, I'm not gonna do it because I don't have a Tor browser right now on my phone. But Like I could show you
Well,
just the
Hey, I
video
shop at the
of
same
the men's there.
grocery store, right, for the last month. Okay, so a couple times when I'm like having a cigarette before I go in, and I park and I go in, and then I go out. Okay, I've seen this one guy a couple times on a really nice, like this thing's fast, electric bike, right? Where he's kind of looking for somebody. Like he rolls up in front of the store, then looks around, and then he rides the lot real quick. And okay, I went in the store. After seeing him like the third or fourth time out of like 6 months, I finally seen him do the deal where, yep, he rode up to, and he's like this older, like 56-year-old Mexican guy, yeah, he went up to some car and fucking handed something in, and they gave him money, and he rode off. I was like, oh yeah, this guy is like, he's selling whatever. I don't know, but like,
Yeah, dude, the dead drop.
I after a couple times, I'm not like, yeah, it was like I seen him more than once, which was weird, right? And yeah, that's his routine. Somebody calls him and whatever, he rides up to the fucking grocery store lot. There's more. There's the Petco and a few other things in there. It's active place.
Yeah, the weird thing
actually right across the street, like literally across the street from the courthouse, the jail, and the police department is. It's a main street. But right there is that.
Well, that's what the dark web, they say from door to door in 72 hours. It's like they have a list of anything, like,
Oh, I know.
Through, or like all these, you can get your acid straight from the Netherlands or whatever, and it's like,
yeah. And
crazy.
I've never heard somebody tell me they got fucking ripped off. It was some bullshit. Over the last 25 years, some people have scored the best fucking shit they ever had.
And that's the thing.
To be a vendor crazy thing on the dark web.
Yep. To be a vendor on the good site, you have to have the good shit. I mean, you can't fake being
Well, ultimately, just like on eBay or anywhere else where they sell things, it's all based on reputation, and then that's it. So if and reviews and all that. So,
there's ways around that.
Not that somebody doesn't come on there and pull an okie doke, but that's not going to really fly in the escrow. The whole way it's set up, okay, it's set up in a way that promotes.
The one downfall, I mean, other than the feds trying to get you at every corner, the one downfall about the dark webs is that either eventually they're gonna get seized by the FBI, or the person's gonna do like a pump and dump, or they call it a fucking
Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately, things like that have their longevity, and then they self-destruct one way or another. That's just the nature of the beast. Right. And obviously the game must have been affected by the fact that the dude that started the main one, whatever, who Silk Road. I mean, I've seen a bunch of stories about him. I mean, he was pretty one of the things was he was like had himself really protected. But over time, the whole thing and the amount of money and everything got to his head, where next thing you know, he was like threatening violence or engaged in hiring violence, and which like kind of went out of character of him. But I want to say that where he started. But hey, the nature of that beast, and the deeper you got into it, it became like.
I think he tried hiring a hitman or something like that, though. More beyond. But still, like, they'll try to get you with RICO charges or something like that.
Well, wait a minute. Okay. Because don't forget that guy got life in federal prison, right? No parole. Like, That's one that, like, they barely give murderers that, okay?
Well, then
Right?
again, they're giving fentanyl dealers life too if someone ODs on their drugs. That's kind of the same
Well,
concept.
I mean, that's the ultimate punishment. And but like the fact that, yeah, that guy with all the money he had, the power, whatever he had, the best he could get was life without. Yeah, that made an example of someone that wanted to play
But the thing is,
kingpin of
too,
the
is that
dark web.
like doing Fed Time is a really cool podcast to watch. It's the guy that himself was the dark web admin many years ago, and he got federal time for it, but he teaches you a lot about the OPSEC is what they call it, the kind of like the IPM for the fucking dark web. You know, like there's certain things that you can do to cover your ass and you'll be fine as long as you take the precautions first or whatever. And one thing too is I'm breaking the do not talk about Fight Club type of rule, but this
Yeah,
is all
well, hey, everyone has their own choices they make, but usually you play with fire, you get fucking burned. So if you're willing to
yeah.
get burned, well, there's a whole world out there for you on fire.
I've been think I've been I want to go dancing in the fire one of these days, but I don't know. We'll see. Saw some pottery first. It's almost at 20.
Yeah. That makes it 3:20 on the East Coast, or 20 somewhere around the world. I guess I'm gonna go home. I did what I had to do.
Bonjour, Christophe.
I was gonna say I should make everyone laugh at my little time, my harvest or my garden this year. It consists of one
Oh, no sound?
one
Christophe
fab.
has no sound. Can't hear you. Do mimes.
We went through this earlier with D, and somehow through his expression and everything, because I don't understand French anyway, but I pretty much got the gist of what he was saying.
I think the kids are sleeping or something along that line.
Oh, I got you. Well, shit on a
But-
brick. You guys want to call it?
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow at noon. I should be up and about.
Noon it is, ladies and germs, right around 12 hours from now, basically, Pacific time. So noon Pacific time. If you were wondering, we get audience members from all over the place, from France, from all kinds of places, South Africa from time to time, you name it, folks. So basically 12 hours from now, just shy of, that's when we're going to meet on my other channel, Fumidoro. So this is Fumidoro and the Flavors. We're going to be at Fumidoro for a high noon safety meeting. Who wants to go first?
I will. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day, everyone.
Cheers, bud. Good to see you. Ryan, go for it.
Cheers on the 20.
Right on.
Easy.
You're early. À bientôt, Christophe.
À bientôt, Fumidor. Good evening, my friends.
Cheers,
À
buddy.
bientôt.
À
Ça
bientôt.
marche.
Good
No
to see you.
problem.
Right
Peace.
on. The sound worked. We just be quiet. That's all. All right, ladies and gerbils, that's the end of it. Let's see here. Do I have chat still open? Suddenly, thinking Cottonmouth. Better. Cheers, Kate. Good to see you. Cake is saying $200. If anything, if anyone is putting effort into $200, you know they can't count. I love that I don't know the context of that. I just will have to leave that. We should print that on the title of the show or something. Jay Patrick's in the house. Christoph, of course. Hardcore, good to see you, buddy. Of course, as always. Who else is hanging here? Dongbot, good to see you. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Dankabus Kind, good to see you as well. Southern Vermont Vintage woke up from his nap. Good to see you as well. He's probably working in the garden right now. Although, holy cow, he's probably working in the dark. Oh, he might be harvesting in the dark. What do you know? I think he was saying he was going to harvest. Dr. Libby Alone is in the chat as well. J5's hanging there, squeaking by just slightly. Who else is hanging here? Oh, martial artist. I almost missed you. Who else in here? Somebody, I'm sure. I always miss somebody. Always. So there we go. Yours truly. What a good one. What a good one to finish it with. Yours truly. All right, ladies and germs, thanks very much for joining us. We'll be here in a few hours, I guess. Well, 12 to be precise, 11 hours and 40 minutes or so. Be kind, be decent, be gentle, don't be fucking pricks, dicks, or lunatics. Have something wonderful, and I guess we'll see each other in a few hours. Adios.